Offence archaeology on Twitter. Quite terrifying.
Don't beg Jeff Bezos. Charge him, for God's sake.
Have a day off. Use some common sense.
People can say whatever they want.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk radio.
Offence archaeology on Twitter. Quite terrifying.
Don't beg Jeff Bezos. Charge him, for God's sake.
Have a day off. Use some common sense.
People can say whatever they want.
James Max on Talk Radio.
The double helix of common sense. Listen on the app.
Watch it live on your smart TV. World headquarters of common sense. James Max
On Talk Radio.
And a very good morning to you. It's 2 minutes past 6 o'clock. It's Tuesday, the 28th of December. I'm James Max, in for Julia Hartley-Brewer on Talk Radio with your breakfast show. Coming up this morning, well, New Year's celebrations are on in England. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, choosing to ignore the COVID doommongers and not introducing any more restrictions this year. Has he finally made the right call? Are you worried about further curbs down the line? We'll be opening the phone lines. It's 0344 499 1000. The Prime Minister has continued to urge people to get their boosters, with new figures showing unvaccinated people are up to 60 times more likely to need intensive care treatment. Also, learning how to change gear won't be necessary for future young drivers with a push towards electric vehicles, says the AA. And we're going to be talking about energy. Energy bosses are warning that the government isn't showing anywhere near enough urgency in finding a solution to steep increases in gas and electricity prices. There's plenty to come this morning. You're listening to Talk Radio Breakfast with me, James Max.
James Max.
James Max on Talk Radio.
So very good morning to you. Hope you're well. Hope you had a good Monday. It's another bank holiday today. So who knows what you're doing? Probably eating the rest of the chocks out the bottom of the tin and clearing up the rest of the turkey. All the turkey. I mean, moist as it was on either Christmas Day or perhaps even Boxing Day, by now it's a bit of a dry old bird. And you're probably bored of doing leftovers and trying to be creative with all of them. I don't know, maybe you're not. Maybe you're loving it still. Anyway, there are plenty of things that you can give me a call about. But first of all, I do want to hear your response, because there will be no further COVID restrictions in England before the new year, according to Sajid Javid. The Health Secretary has said that people should remain cautious, celebrating outside on New Year's Eve if possible. And by the way, the weather means that it's going to be quite temperate. It's 13, 14, 15 degrees centigrade. So, in fact, maybe you can go outside. Don't know whether you bother, though. Prime Minister Boris Johnson said that ministers will continue to monitor the data and urge people to get their first, second or booster jab without delay. Meanwhile, both England and Scotland have reported cases over Christmas. Some 113,628 new infections reported in England on the 25th of December and 103,558 on the 26th of December, but less on the 27th. So, I want to hear from you whether you think the Prime Minister has finally made the right judgment. Because, to be honest, it's taken a while to get this decision taken. But at least they've left things alone. And I also want to know what plans you've got for New Year's Eve. Are you going to change them from what you would normally do? Or are you going all hell for leather? Is it party-tastic? So, for example, I've got a black tie do to go to. I know. Sounds a bit poncy, isn't it? Anyway, so I'm going to be I think I'm going to wear a slightly furry dinner jacket. And I'm going with some friends, and we are going to the local sporting club. And a chef is hopefully going to produce some delicious food, and there might even be some dancing afterwards. I know. Frankly, I think I'll hibernate in the bar for that. But I just wonder what you're going to do. New Year's Eve, are you going to stay in? Are you going to, or are you just going to party like you would normally? Just give me a call and tell me. Because I want to know whether Boris Johnson and the government have finally got it right. Because if you are in Wales or Scotland, by the way, and you are not allowed to go out, you are not allowed to party, you are not allowed to socialise or mix in the way that you would like to, I want to hear from you. Because this is the most ridiculous situation that we've got 4 nations across the United Kingdom, and we are not united in the way that we can party. And frankly, if I was either in Scotland or Wales, I'd be crossing the border. It's like, you know, where's my bird? I'll flick it, and I'll be crossing the border and coming over to England to party. I'll be going to my local pub there. I'll be enjoying myself in a different way. It strikes me as bonkers. Anyway, has the Prime Minister finally made the right call? Are you worried about further curbs down the line, though? 0344 499 1000 is my telephone number. Also, they are perhaps hinting at further curbs down the line. So I want to know from you whether you think that we're going to see further curbs in January, because we've been allowed these restrictions to be sort of lifted now. I mean, maybe that's just not the case. Anyway, give me a call. It's 0344 499 1000. You can tweet at Talk Radio or at the James Max. And I'd like to hear from you, because as I look at this, I think finally the government is realising that we've got to live with this. Finally, the government is realising that maybe restrictions are not needed. And can you stop looking at the number of cases? No one cares. What we care about, I think, is the number of hospitalisations. We care about the number of hospitalisations with people who are unvaccinated, not necessarily because we want to move to a situation like we have in the US, where they're saying vaccines, particularly live in the New York area, are going to be mandatory, because I don't agree with that. But it's just to give you the facts and the figures so that you can then make your own mind up. It strikes me as bonkers that we have put up with restrictions for as long as we have. But anyway, I just hope that we're not going to see further restrictions, because again, if you look in the papers, there are some distinct concerns that I have, that there are things coming down the pipes that we need to be aware of. I think it's the Times where they've got various different restrictions, which are all set out as to what's happening. Here we go. Cases surge in New York, they say. New York has reported daily COVID cases, 49,708 on Christmas Eve. That's just in New York State. Israel, 150 medical staff given the 4th vaccine dose in a study to test the efficacy. In France, working from home for 3 weeks. Sorry, no, worse than that. Look at this. Here we go. France. Working from home for 3 days a week will be compulsory where possible as part of a suite of restrictions announced yesterday as France registered more than 100,000 cases in a single day. So quite why they've got restrictions against Brits travelling when, frankly, they're in as bad a situation as we are. Anyway. And then Australia, St Vincent's Hospital in Sydney, said that it had wrongly told almost 1,400 people that the tests were negative. Some 400 of the tests were actually positive and the others were still being processed. What a basket case. So, there you go. That's the situation from around around the globe. Telephone number is 0344 499 1000. Do join the conversation. Tell me what you make of the announcement that finally, has the government finally got it right? Because you and I have been discussing, and I've been saying for a while, I want to learn how to live with this thing. And living with it means, yes, not having restrictions for things like New Year's Eve. Stop it when it's not necessary. If it's necessary, convince us it's necessary, and then it's done. 0344 499 1000. Right, let's turn our attention to some big stories which are in the papers. And joining me this morning, Paul Charles, Chief Executive of the PC Agency, a travel consultancy firm. Paul, good morning.
Good morning, James, and Happy New Year and all that.
Well, Happy New Year, and I think for those in England, I'm assuming that if you're Welsh or Scottish and live anywhere near the border, you're going to be crossing it, aren't you?
Yes, it's extraordinary, isn't it? As you say, that we are supposed to have this United Kingdom, but there's nothing united at all about it. It's totally disunited. And I think Boris Johnson is playing, if you think there is any logic coming out of Downing Street at the moment, then he's playing an interesting political game here because he is showing there is clear blue water between himself and Nicola Sturgeon and Mark Drakeford in particular by showing that England can carry on, almost live as normal with COVID, and yet Sturgeon and Drakeford are putting in harsher restrictions since Boxing Day, which, as you say, are going to really upset, I think, a lot of Welsh and Scottish citizens. And clearly Boris Johnson is trying to show now that Britain can try and live with this longer term. He clearly has data we haven't seen, which shows that Omicron is not as severe as they first thought, that it's not creating the number of hospitalizations that many people thought might occur. So let's do away with many of these restrictions, in fact, and let people live responsibly. Let them decide how to live with COVID, because otherwise we're just going to go round and round in circles for years, aren't we, living with different variants?
Well, I think that's right. And I also think that having done the pivot some months ago, where we've had quite a high number of cases in this country, but we've had this relatively low level of hospitalizations. I actually really wish the government would produce better data because if they did, and if, for example, we have heard that unvaccinated people are up to 60 times more likely to need intensive care treatment than those who are vaccinated. I don't want to force those who are unvaccinated into doing it. And I also want better data to show that it really doesn't matter. If you're in a room with people who are vaccinated or unvaccinated, it's kind of up to you, and it doesn't necessarily make a difference. Because we know that if you're vaccinated, you can still get it and you can still pass it on. But we also know that if you're unvaccinated, you might get it, and you might get it worse if you don't have the antibodies. So I just think that we need to have better data now, because we've persuaded a lot of people to have the vaccine. It's clearly working and doing what it's meant to do, even though it's kind of slightly squeaky bum time on the basis that the water has got quite high up the seawall, but it hasn't managed to breach it. And I think
nothing like it. If you look at the hospital numbers, let's have a look here. Latest figures showed there were 8,474 people with COVID currently in hospital in England, the highest since March, but well below last winter's peak of more than 34,000. Now, admittedly, we're just going into winter, really. We're not even halfway through. But it's quite clear from the data he's seeing that there aren't the numbers going into hospital that you would have thought. So
and I think that the slightly different crisis
pressure that many thought it was.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the slightly different crisis that the government has got to deal with, and I actually think that now this is a time to look at these rules, is for those who get COVID, at the moment you're pinged and then you're off work. And that is what's causing cancellations of planes and trains and automobiles. That's what's causing shops to have difficulties with their staff. That's what's causing difficulties in the workplace, which, you know, whilst we're all on bank holiday and nobody's doing any work really, or not much, then perhaps it doesn't matter so much. But that's the problem. And if you have a look at the number of people who are off in the health service, that's the difficulty. Anyway, we will come to some more stories and also talk about the travel industry, Paul, with you in a few moments' time. Plus, we're going to find out about the 2 words that the Welsh government have banned, and we're going to talk about junk food as well. That's all coming up here on Talk Radio Breakfast with me, James Maggs.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk Radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
Offence archaeology on Twitter. Quite terrifying.
Don't beg Jeff Bezos. Charge him, for God's sake.
Have a day off. Use some common sense.
People can say whatever they want.
Talk Radio.
At last, a radio station that's on your side.
Arm yourself with knowledge.
Listen or don't listen. Wide Angle Radio.
Let's broaden our minds.
Talk Radio.
The home of common sense. Now on the telly.
Coming up to 20 minutes past 6 this Tuesday morning. Hello, it's me, James Max, with you until 10 o'clock. Hope you're well this Tuesday morning. Plenty to talk to you about, including there are going to be no further COVID restrictions in England before the new year. Sajid Javid has said. The Health Secretary said people should remain cautious. Quite sure what that means. But I am asking you. I want to know whether the Prime Minister has finally made the right call. Are you worried about further curbs down the line, though? 0344 499 1000. Also, what plans have you got for New Year's Eve? Common sense has prevailed, says Nico. Meanwhile, others of you have got involved in the comments. Annette says, good morning, James. We have to live with the virus. Cancer doesn't wait for anyone. We are adults. We have common sense. Stop saying about the data. You must be thick if you don't understand it. My sister is running one of the centres and told me that thousands are coming in for the jab. There we go. Rachel says, I don't think they will now make Sturgeon and Drakeford look like a bunch of you-know-what, ? And this one says, James, to be fair, Boris, this time he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't. Personally, I think he's already messed up Christmas, so I don't see why he's worried about New Year's. There we go. 0344 499 1000 is my telephone number. We'll come back to Paul Charles in a second to get his thoughts on the stories of the day. Meanwhile, let's go to Pav, who's in Harrow. Pav, good morning.
Good morning, James.
Good morning, Pav. So, Boris Johnson has finally got off the fence. He's stopped getting splinters. And New Year's Eve can continue in England. Has he made the right choice?
I think he has. I think we have to eventually get to a stage where we move from pandemic to endemic. And I think part of that, or the main crux of that, needs to be to give a lot more responsibility to individuals. Your guest talked about the clear blue water between the Scottish and, the rest of the United Kingdom. I don't think it's just the United Kingdom. I think you can spread that out in Europe. Because while Europe seems to be heading, for all sorts of reasons, towards a lot harsher measures,
yes,
and an element of almost autocracy, but I use that obviously in context. Johnson can obviously point particularly to 2023 if he's still there, presumably during an election campaign, to say, despite the fact that a lot of other countries were going towards what is essentially measures which are unpalatable to most of Western democracy, we were cautious but nevertheless more realistic. And I think the realism needs to be accentuated, James, because despite the initial talk, and this is where I think that it's important to distinguish between people who almost ideologically want more lockdown or want more restrictions. And I'm not going to go into the remits of it, but if we look at real-world data, which has been produced en masse by South Africa over the last 4 weeks, even with Gauteng province isolated, it's all been going in the same way. And I don't think it's a coincidence that over the last 4 days, that various authorities and indeed the health ministry in South Africa has actually told them to ramp it down, to say that Omicron, unfortunately, whilst it does spread more than a lot of the others, it isn't. Fortunately for all of us, it's a lot more mild.
No, I think you're right, because look, as I mentioned, some of the restrictions which are coming in elsewhere. I mean, France, for example, working from home for 3 days a week will be compulsory where possible as part of a suite of restrictions announced yesterday as France registered more than 100,000 cases in a single day. A new lockdown or curfew were ruled out by the Prime Minister, but they're going to be putting in various different measures. So I think you're right to say that various countries across Europe, and you have a look at what's happened in the Netherlands, then you've got the restrictions that Germany put in place on overseas travellers. I mean, all sorts of things which are there, and I'm assuming, as you say, we've just got to learn how to live with this thing.
Is that if governments, whichever side of the divide they're on, if they're shown to be overreacting the way Australia has, the way some of the European ones have, specifically against this variant, eventually people, if they haven't already, are going to lose trust and confidence in government, and
Indeed.
That's dangerous for democracy. Full stop.
Right. Just finally to you, Pav, do you think this paves the way for either the government to continue with this "let's live with it" strategy, or are we going to have some restrictions brought in January?
I think it allows both. That's why I think politically it's very expedient for Johnson to do both, because it keeps his options open. But ultimately, I think what it can do, this government can do, and I do agree with what one of your other, I think, Twitter people said, that they're damned if they do, if they don't. But I think you need to be pragmatic. We need to abandon this ideological stuff. And briefly, because I know obviously you're going to be pushed for time, I think what we need to push back against is if we start setting precedents for the supposed overwhelming of the NHS, which is an age-old mantra, then particularly when we have this Omicron variant, which is, but thankfully again, mild, we're going to essentially be in lockdown every winter. And nobody, let's be honest, apart from the zealots, ever want that to happen. I think we just need to turn around and be realistic.
I couldn't agree more, Pav. Thank you very much indeed for your call, kicking off the conversation. Let's go back to Paul Charles, Chief Executive of the PC Agency. Paul, so we'll come back to our discussion about COVID, because there are other things which are in the news, and I'm afraid I have to get slightly cross about this one, and I want to see, I want to see how you respond. The Welsh Government, they're already in my bad books for overreacting on COVID, by the way, but setting that aside, the Welsh Government have banned its civil servants from using words such as Brexit, telling them that they should use transition period to refer to the time between February the 1st and December the 31st, 2020. Staff must also say non-disabled rather than able-bodied. The devolved government's website updates a style guide, first published in 2019 and revised on December the 20th, to lay down rules about which words and phrases officials should use. This is just a nonsense. I don't understand what on earth is wrong with these people.
Well, they're working as a civil servant in a devolved government which has clearly lost its way somewhat. I mean,
why do we pay money to these people?
Precisely.
They should just be fired. I'm sorry. Brexit to the lot of you. I'd fire them.
It's about normality. It's about how people speak to each other. These are phrases that came up during, political debate. So they are used by most people every day. It's bonkers, isn't it? Aren't there better things to be worrying about?
Have we now allowed ourselves, though, to have words and things cancelled in a way that we'd sort of never seen in our lives before?
Yes, I think we are going backwards in some areas. It was interesting the other day to watch Maureen Lipman, the actress and comedian. She's great. She said she was worried that comedy might be cancelled because she can't come out with the things she used to say. And I think there is an element of going backwards, and we've gone too far in terms of not having fun and allowing ourselves a laugh.
But also, we've never allowed a lot of comedy has been based on stereotype, and I understand why some people dislike stereotypes. But the thing is that there are national traits, there are cultural traits, and one of the funniest kinds of humour, as far as I'm concerned, I've always enjoyed a bit of Jew humour, on the basis that if you're brought up in a certain kind of religion, which is the one I was brought up with, then you spot the traits. And
also the British are known for their fantastic sense of humour, and there's a danger that we're losing it, and therefore we don't have anything to shout about in the world anymore. I mean, at least let us save our sense of humour. At least let us, go back to the things that we used to make the world laugh about. Yeah, absolutely. That's what stereotypes are about, I'm afraid. As long as it's not done in a racist way, as long as it's not done in an anti-Semitic way, then, let's enjoy life a bit more, because frankly, we all live for about 4,000 weeks, and that's it. So the countdown's underway.
All right, with that gloom and doom story. Talking of dying early, easy access to junk food thwarts obesity efforts. Nanny and her state are back again, because on one hand, you're not allowed to fat shame. So you're not allowed to look at somebody and go, hello, fatty. I don't know. I mean, when I was growing up, I'm afraid, sadly, I was a bit chunky, and did have to deal with a certain amount of fat abuse. That having been said,
did it affect you? Did it affect you longer term, do you feel?
Well, it kind of told me what I knew. I mean, I prefer not to be called fat, I suppose, but I mean, it's kind of a bit obvious. So, yeah.
I think there's sort of schoolboy humour and stuff that may live at school, but I'm not sure you wouldn't want to go out there once you were past the age of 18 and be calling people fat. So that sort of thing, you've got to be careful.
Yeah, but having said that, back in the summer when I put myself on a diet, when I really was fat, I mean, who's allowed to tell you that you're fat or not? Because I mean, you've got to have people tell you, otherwise you're not going to do anything about it.
True. Yeah.
Because the problem is that the elasticated trouser has allowed people to get fatter and fatter without being fat shamed, and there's nothing like a pinging button or a straining trouser to tell you that you've got to defat.
Well, it worked in your case. Clearly, that's a good thing.
It
helped you. I think that sadly, there's some people obviously, who take it to heart and who get very depressed about it. But hopefully, for the majority of people, it helps them.
Easy access to junk food 24 hours a day makes losing weight difficult for millions of people. It's just because they're putting too much stuff in their gob. I mean, really, it's like you've got to be able to learn to live with these things. You can't just ban everything just because. I don't know if somebody's going to be adversely affected by it.
I think with food, it's interesting. I'm not sure the government has gone as far as they could have done in telling people how to live more healthily. It's a bit like energy, and I'm sure we'll talk about energy bills. But
why don't we talk? We'll talk about.
How do I become greener? Tell me how to do it. How to be properly greener.
I don't want to tell. No, they can swivel. I don't want them to tell me that. Leave me alone. Paul, we're going to get some stories from you. Also, we're going to be speaking to Dr. Peter English in just a few moments' time about the new COVID rules, which are elsewhere but not in England. We'll be catching up on that. First, however, at 6:30, let's get the very latest news headlines here on Talk Radio.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk Radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
Offence archaeology on Twitter. Quite terrifying.
Don't beg Jeff Bezos. Charge him, for God's sake.
Have a day off. Use some common sense.
People can say whatever they want.
James Max on Talk Radio.
The nation's favourite common sense station. Listen online.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
James Max
The voice of reason.
on Talk Radio.
So very good morning to you. It's me, James Max, with you until 10 o'clock with your breakfast show here on Talk Radio. So let's go back to Paul Charles, Chief Executive of the PC Agency, a travel consultancy firm. So, Paul, what are your clients, which are hotels and travel companies and airlines and countries, what are they saying about restrictions? Because I'm assuming that we thought that COVID was going to be all over by now, and it's still very much with us.
Yes, and it is a major issue for the travel and tourism sector overall. Whilst it's good news that we've been talking about in terms of fewer domestic restrictions at this time, the problem is that travel is still being treated as a political punch bag in many ways. Don't forget there are tough restrictions in place which were brought in very early in December, which mean that you have to take lots of tests and fill in lots of forms and, of course, self-isolate. So I'm hoping that actually this lack of action this week and going into the new year might signal that we see travel also seeing reduced testing during January, which would be a good thing for the industry. But it's really hurting because people's confidence has been knocked again. Whenever you put in place government restrictions and more testing and expensive testing, then people are put off booking. And that has been the case. There are far fewer flights. Flights are cancelled. Many flights have been cancelled during the Christmas and New Year period because people just aren't travelling whilst these restrictions remain in place. So I'm actually hopeful that this may signal a change of heart by government, that they can start diluting the restrictions that are hurting the travel sector so much at the moment.
Now we'll come to the front pages and indeed some more stories with you in just a few minutes' time. Meanwhile, back to the main story this morning, which is that there will be no further restrictions in England before New Year, according to Sajid Javid, the Health Secretary. The Health Secretary has said that people should remain cautious and celebrate outside on New Year's Eve if possible. The Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has said that ministers will continue to monitor the data and urge people to get their first, second or booster jab without delay. Question is, did they make the right call? Let's speak to Dr. Peter English, retired public health consultant, and he joins me now. Dr. Peter, very good morning to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Talk Radio. So, the Prime Minister has now finally made his decision. New Year's Eve celebrations in England go ahead. Has he made the right call?
I'm afraid I don't think he has. I think we should be restricting our contacts, keeping them to a minimum. I think going to large events is certainly a bad idea. We know Omicron is a lot more infectious. There have been concerts outdoors where people are all wearing masks and having to be tested, where there has been a lot of spread. So even outdoors with Omicron, the risk seems to be higher. So people should be wearing masks at big events outdoors. As you know, they aren't. We see them in shops and places. We should be rigorously enforcing these with big fines for people who persistently refuse to wear masks in public spaces indoors. The reason I'm saying all this is because we have colossal case rates. If you look at the curves for how many cases there are, they're shooting up. There's a lot of people saying it's mild. Mild means not ill enough to need admission to hospital. You have a lot more cases. A slightly smaller proportion might be admitted to hospital, but with a lot more cases, that overrides the smaller proportion being admitted. You still have a lot more admitted to hospital. What it's going to mean is that people with cancer aren't going to get the surgery they need to treat it. It means people with heart attacks and strokes are going to get delays in treatment, which will mean that they die or they do a lot worse because they don't get their clot busters in time. It means that all the other things that the NHS does will be slowed down or won't happen because COVID-19 cases will be taking over and they'll be doing very little other than that.
Yeah, but hang on a second. But if people are not being hospitalised, and why are we worried about the case numbers?
People are being hospitalised.
Yes, but they're not particularly. If you have a look at the numbers of people in hospital, yes, they've risen since the beginning. But if you actually have a look at the hospital numbers, so it's gone up by 12%, and we've got 7,000 or 8,000 people in hospital. We don't know whether it's with or from COVID. That compares to 30,000+ at the end of January. It's nothing like it was before. This is a massive overreaction.
The problem with these things is if you don't act soon, act early, you get the consequences come in 2 or 3 weeks' time. It might not look that bad now, but the effect by mid-January, particularly if people go out and have mass super spreading events on New Year's Eve, is going to be colossal on the NHS. it's all very well saying, oh, it's not that bad now, but we know from previous experience that that's what leads to it being a lot worse in 2 or 3 weeks' time.
But with respect, we don't know, because what was the point of the vaccination program if we've put that in place? Because the point about, as far as I understand it, having the first jab, the second jab, and now the boosters, is because it stops hospitalizations. And that appears to be the case. So we're not comparing, and we're not needing to learn from the past, because we've got the vaccination program. Otherwise, that was a complete waste of time, wasn't it?
It reduces the risk. It doesn't eliminate it. And when you have something as infectious as Omicron, something like Omicron, which can evade the immune system, so that if you've been vaccinated or you had disease, you're still able to catch this, more able than you were with previous variants. Yes, we will have a smaller proportion of people going into hospital, but there will still be, it'll be a smaller proportion of a very much larger number. So that still means that there will be more admissions.
What would you say, though? What would you say, though, to those who are listening now who are saying you're just scaremongering?
Well, we'll know in a few weeks' time. If I'm wrong, then people will have restricted that what they do a little bit. They'll have had a fewer activity meetings with people. If I'm right, then many people will die. Now, is that a risk anybody's prepared to take? It seems to be Boris Johnson's line. Some of you will die, but that's a risk I'm prepared to take, quote, as from the famous film. But is that what other people want to do? Do you really want to go out and have fun knowing that people will die as a result?
You see, again, I think that is scaremongering on the basis that if you take the view that you are at risk from this thing, if you have chosen not to have the vaccine and chosen not to have your booster, well, that's kind of your lookout and that's your decision. If, however, you've had the vaccines, you've had the booster, we are still seeing restrictions on people's lives. We have to learn how to live with this thing. And there are plenty of other things which are dangerous to people's lives. And yet there are a lot of people who would say, yeah, but my freedom is more important than having restrictions every time there's a flu outbreak, every time there's something else. It is a risk to people. We know that. And we know that there are risks to people's health and their lives and their livelihoods. But think about all the damage the other side of this. If we have another lockdown, then we're talking about people's jobs.
We're not talking about lockdowns. We're talking about sensible measures.
They're not sensible measures. How can you tell me that what's happening in Wales and Scotland is sensible? And that is jobs, that is livelihoods, that is existence of people's lives. It's a complete and utter nonsense.
Is having the virus running rampant. If you have the virus running rampant, that does more harm to the economy than some short-term
I don't think it
temporary...
does. I think it's proved now that it hasn't. What was the point in the vaccination process then?
The vaccination program does reduce the risk. It doesn't eliminate it. If you have vast numbers of cases, you will still have enough cases, despite vaccination, to overwhelm the NHS.
So why have the numbers in hospital not gone up significantly since this outbreak? This outbreak has been going on long enough. We've known that it's been there for a few weeks.
We've got more people. We've had more hospital admissions than the numbers are going up.
Yeah, it's gone up by 12%.
Do you understand how exponential growth works?
Yes, I do.
Double every few days.
Yes, I do.
So we can expect them to double every few days. And it won't take many doublings for that to rise to vast numbers, which will overwhelm the health service.
I don't think it will. I think you're scaremongering.
I think you don't know what you're talking about. I think that the science, all the scientists who know about these things are really, really anxious for the health service. All these people finding pretexts for saying it's not that serious. We don't need to worry about it.
I'm not saying that it's not serious, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't monitor it, but I'm just saying that the decision by the Welsh government and the Scottish government would appear to be an overreaction.
Okay, who's the public health consultant?
Well, just because you're a consultant doesn't necessarily mean that you can see into the future.
We don't need to see into the future. We can look at all the previous waves and see what has happened.
You can't, because you're not taking into account the vaccination program, which has been exceptionally successful. And if you're telling me that the vaccination program isn't doing anything at all, if it's doing something, Yeah, I'm afraid your argument makes no sense. Either the vaccination process was a complete and utter waste of time, or it allows us to live with this thing.
Proportion. It's the proportion of people who get sick. We still have nothing like enough people have had 3 doses for the population to be protected.
When we've got 20,000 people in hospital, then by all means say, let's have some restrictions. Until then, to my mind, it's complete and utter nonsense.
Wait until there are 20,000 people in hospital, and there are going to be 40,000 in a few days' time because it doubled. Then
okay. So I'm on all week. I'm on all week. If it goes up and we suddenly see going up from 7,000 people in hospital, not necessarily from, but with COVID, because we know that there are a lot of people who are in hospital with other things and they happen to have COVID, or alternatively, I find it absolutely incredible that even after all this data, even after all these numbers, even after all this stuff, and I'm not against vaccines and I'm not against lockdowns if the conditions are right, by the way, compared to perhaps some of my colleagues or indeed elsewhere. And I totally understand the need for it. But I do think that some of the things that you are pushing for are dangerous for society.
What we really want to see is doing the thing that we're getting to the stage where it may be necessary to have lockdowns because the doubling rate is so high and there are so many cases. And despite what you say, it would be extraordinarily unlikely for there not to be a huge number more hospital admissions, and which we can't cope with. The NHS is already very strapped. Was before we
it must be able to cope with them. They had 30,000 before and they've got 7,000 now, which is hardly a rise in the last month.
The consequences are we now have not only do we have
the consequences of listening to people like you who are scaremongering is that this country goes into another lockdown, or that we put in restrictions that we don't need. People's mental health is interrupted, people's livelihoods are interrupted, and the NHS becomes a complete and utter mess as a result of taking the wrong decisions. Arguably, Boris Johnson on this one occasion has taken the right decision. Oh, and he's gone. I think he's had enough. Well, that's my view. He tells me, it's gloom and doom. You tell me who's right. 0344 499 1000 is my telephone number. I'll get Paul Charles's response to that conversation in just a few moments' time here on Talk Radio.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk Radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
Talk Radio. Unbelievably realistic.
Home of common sense.
Measured, mean, Machiavellian.
Non-complicated radio or a complicated age.
The People's Parliament. Just like the real thing.
Talk Radio.
Good morning. It's 6:50. It's me, James Max, with you till 10 o'clock here on Talk Radio. So I was just speaking to Dr. Peter English, the retired public health consultant, who decided to hang up the phone on me just because I challenged him on what he was saying. And look, I'm not a health expert, and I'm not going to pretend that I am, but I really find it very, very dispiriting when somebody who is a public health consultant believes that everything that they say about anything in the future should be taken as gospel, because it shouldn't. And as far as I'm concerned, when somebody says to me, oh, let's learn from history, let's learn from history on the basis that we've never been where we are before. We've never had the vaccine rollout and the process with so many of you taking the vaccine. And what was the point of doing all of that if we suddenly got to go back to having restrictions on the basis of numbers that might go up? So, for example, in the 7 days, so the 26th of December, there were 7,122 patients in English hospitals, which is up on 12% on the 7 days earlier. So, if the NHS can manage, then shouldn't we be continuing, as the government have said, with no further COVID restrictions until or unless they become necessary? And if they become necessary, then put the figures in front of us and say these are necessary because. And I dare say you, me, will all listen. I'm not deaf to there being a problem, but the doom-mongering and doom-saying, oh my goodness. Anyway, that's my view. What's yours? 0344 499 1000 is my telephone number. Ben is in Chesham. Ben, good morning.
Good morning, James. How are you?
I'm very well indeed, thank you. A little bit exercised by the not-so-good doctor.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. I did listen to the call, and you were having very, very constructive discussion with the gentleman, and he...
Well, until he hung up.
Lost it. Honestly, how rude is that, considering what we've been through as a nation for the last 2 years, listening to the bunch of them. And we did everything we could, James, as you were aware. I think we behaved so well in this country and across the world, really. We didn't understand anything about COVID to start with, and we treated it with respect. We stayed at home, we got vaccinated, we sacrificed, we didn't see our families, it cost us money, it cost us jobs. And he was not willing even to listen to that. So what is the point? And also, the point about the vaccinations, in my mind, it's working, James. The data shows vaccination works. And the booster does help during these winter times.
But also the other thing which I think is really important is that in the context of all of that you said, Ben, which I agree with, is that the vaccination process and program works. I'd much rather that health experts and government spent time making sure that the data can be presented to you, me, and others so that people then can make informed decisions as to what to do next. And then we can live, if you like, instead of having this kind of sort of vaccine discrimination, allowing people to make their own minds up. Because I don't want to live in the country where somebody's forced to have a vaccine if they don't want it. And I also don't particularly want to see youngsters vaccinated against either their wish or the wish of their parents either. And I think we've got to be stronger on these things to make sure that we take the right decisions going forward.
Well, you're absolutely right, and I think I certainly don't want to live in a country that we are dictated to society tiers. I don't think so it's going to work. And a lot of people are very emotional now because a lot of people obviously are not doing what they're supposed to be doing in terms of their freedoms and so on, or the other way. That people are saying things from an emotion point of view. But when everybody calms down and these things are over, a lot of people will regret what they said, such as so many health consultants. So, and there are in Wales and Scotland now, people cannot even go to do the basic things without putting masks everywhere, without another 2 meters.
It seems to me, Ben. It seems to me, Ben, like an overreaction over there. Anyway, just going to leave you there for time reasons. Ben in Chesham, thank you so much for your call. Good to chat. Let's go back to Paul Charles, Chief Executive of the PC Agency. Paul, what did you make of my conversation with the doctor there? Am I right, or am I just being dismissive as somebody who's got a wealth of experience?
I thought that was an extraordinary interview because that is exactly the conversation that was played out in Downing Street yesterday between the Prime Minister and Chris Whitty and Stephen Vallance. And essentially, that is the split you've got between the scientists and the politicians at the moment. And I think you're right, James. What was extraordinary about it was that top advisor didn't even mention the science, the great strides that we've made in this country and other countries around the tablets, the treatments, the VIAs, the molnupiravir, whatever, all these treatments that are emerging that are actually helping keep people out of hospital. There wasn't one mention of it, and yet that's how we've changed, as well as the vaccine rollout. And the scientist was going back to the doom and gloom. We've got to move on, because otherwise our economy and all the jobs that have been affected over the last couple of years, the economy won't take it at all. So we've got to move on, and it is worrying that the scientists in some cases like that are still wanting us to lock down, hunker down, batten down the hatches, and not move on despite the enormous inroads that we've made and progress we've made on the science. So deeply worrying that there are still scientists out there thinking like that.
Certainly is. Paul, thank you very much indeed for now. We'll be coming back to you for some more comments and thoughts. Meanwhile, we will be speaking to Dr. Andrew Conway-Morris, ICU consultant, critical care researcher at the University of Cambridge next. In addition to that, we'll be going through the front pages as well. So plenty to discuss here on Talk Radio Breakfast, where first we're going to get the news headlines at 7 o'clock.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
James Max on Talk Radio.
The double helix of common sense.
Listen on the app.
Watch it live on your smart TV. World headquarters of common sense. James Max
on Talk Radio.
Very good morning to you. It's coming up to 4 minutes past 7 o'clock. It's Tuesday, the 28th of December. I'm James Max, in for Julia Hartley-Brewer, here on Talk Radio with your breakfast show. Still to come, Prime Minister Boris Johnson has decided not to impose new coronavirus restrictions in England before the end of the year, giving the green light to New Year's Eve parties. Has he finally made the right call? Are you worried about further curbs down the line? Perhaps in January. You can call me on 0344 499 1000. You can tweet at Talk Radio and at the James Max. But also, we're being urged to remain cautious, though, and to get our boosters, as new figures show that unvaccinated people are up to 60 times more likely to need intensive care treatment should they catch COVID. But it's not just New Year celebrations banned in Wales, with the Welsh Government also banning its civil servants from using words such as Brexit and able-bodied. We'll leave that hanging there. And will young motorists lose the skill of driving as the push towards electric vehicles removes the need to learn how to change gears? Good Lord. What on earth is the world coming to? We're going to be going through all the big stories with Paul Charles, Chief Executive of the PC Agency, and taking your calls. You're listening to Talk Radio Breakfast with me, James Max.
James Max.
James Max on Talk Radio.
So very good morning to you. There will be no further COVID restrictions in England before the new year. This is according to Sajid Javid. The Health Secretary said that people should remain cautious and celebrate outside on New Year's Eve if possible. I think we should have a few words as to what he said yesterday.
Well, of course, we look at the data on a daily basis. That hasn't changed over the Christmas period, but there will be no further measures before the new year. We won't be taking any further measures. Of course, people should remain cautious as we approach New Year celebrations, and take a lateral flow test if that makes sense. Celebrate outside if you can. Have some ventilation indoors if you can. Please remain cautious. And when we get into the new year, of course, we will see then whether we do need to take any further measures, but nothing more until then, at least.
So those were the words from the Health Secretary. The question is, well, what do these new COVID rules in England mean? And was it the right call? Let's speak to Dr. Andrew Conway-Morris, ICU consultant, critical care researcher at the University of Cambridge. Joins me now. Dr. Andrew, very good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Talk Radio. So, there will be no further COVID restrictions in England before the new year. This is according to Sajid Javid, the Health Secretary. Has he made the right choice?
That's difficult. I have to say, my perspective as an intensive care consultant, what we're seeing is a steady increase in the number of patients coming into hospital. So far, we haven't seen a significant increase in the number of patients coming to intensive care, but that has to be seen in the context that we've had a steady stream of patients coming into intensive care throughout the summer and into the autumn with Delta. So around a third of patients in units in my region have got COVID-19. So that's taking out a third of our beds. That's a significant burden.
Of those people,
I'm not a public health doctor, so
let me ask: of those people who are taking up those beds, how many are vaccinated and how many are unvaccinated?
So the exact proportions will vary from unit to unit and place to place. At the moment, I'd say we're looking at about 60 to 70% of patients being unvaccinated and about 30% being vaccinated. But of course, we've got to remember that that's in the context of the overall rate of vaccination in the country. So almost 9 in 10 adults in the country have now been vaccinated and had at least 2 doses. And so if that were to be evenly distributed, you'd expect 9 in 10 patients to be in ICU to have been vaccinated, which clearly isn't the case. So the vaccines are having a massive protective effect. If you are unvaccinated, particularly if you are in one of the older groups, which tends to make you more vulnerable, then you're much, much more likely to end up in ICU than if you're vaccinated.
Because what I don't understand is, so we've got all these discussions which are going on. We've now got different measures which are coming into place in Wales and in Scotland and in Northern Ireland and in England. And the union is very much disunited. And as far as I'm concerned, there has been a massive overreaction in both Wales and Scotland, particularly to Omicron. I don't dismiss it. It's there. I understand its transmissibility, but I also understand that we are not having to learn from history in the way that we did before, because surely we need to see whether the vaccination program is doing what it needs to be done. And actually, the government should be doing more work to tell people, here are the numbers, this is why you should get a vaccine, rather than either scaremongering people or making decisions which are perhaps an overreaction, because people don't consider the negative side in terms of what happens if schools shut, what happens if hospitality businesses are closed, what happens if people lose their jobs, what happens if, certain kinds of mental health pressures are piled on people. There are all these things which are going on. And all we're doing is just looking at the one thing as to COVID and COVID numbers and letting that determine every aspect of our health policy for the nation. It's bonkers.
Well, I think you have to be careful here, because the problem that we have with COVID, and we saw last winter, is that cases can rise very, very rapidly. Once you start getting into that exponential growth curve, they go up very, very fast. And yet hospitalization, and particularly coming to ICU, and finally, ultimately, sadly, deaths, are delayed by a week to 10 days. So by the time your cases hit record numbers, those hospitalizations are baked in, and they're going to hit you 5-6 days down the line. And when your hospital hits a sudden flood of patients coming through the door, there's literally nothing you can do at that point to try and turn off the tap. In fact, the infection has already spread further. And I think that would be my concern about people having, say, large New Year's Eve parties, mixing indoors in poorly ventilated spaces.
Yeah, but hang on a sec.
That is a brilliant way to spread the virus around.
Okay, but I understand all of that, and it all makes good sense, except for one point. For those who have been vaccinated, or those who have natural immunity, or those who are less at risk, why on earth should we continue with restrictions on their lives if we've put those measures in place, or if they've been through COVID already? It really strikes me as having absolutely no sense whatsoever. For those who are vulnerable, either they should get the vaccine if they're worried about it, and if they're not worried about it, let's move on.
So I think there is an argument for saying that people should be asked to demonstrate their immunity before going to crowded events, because that will reduce the risk that they're going to transmit. However, what we know about Omicron is its unique ability is the ability to evade prior immunity and vaccination. And that's obviously what's driven the booster program. But we know that it's not perfect. And even if you've been vaccinated, even if you've had prior infection, you can get infected with Omicron and you can spread it. And whilst one individual may be perfectly okay, the problem is you may well spread that to a vulnerable person in whom the vaccines don't work, or to a child who hasn't been vaccinated. And we've seen a steady increase in pediatric admissions with Omicron as well. So I think we have to think about this as a society and how we deal with this, rather than thinking about just one's individual liberty.
I absolutely have in mind society and society's and my responsibility, if you like, as a member of society. I've yet to be convinced, however, that post-vaccination, post-booster, and indeed post-information that we now have about Omicron, particularly from South Africa, that this is the right move. And there is a danger that public health officials, cautious as you might be, because of course nobody can see into the future, and somebody's got to make a very awkward call. As a health professional, I understand why you would err on the side of caution. As a politician, I don't think that's always the right move, is it?
Well, of course, ultimately, the politicians are asked to make these decisions, and they have to take responsibility for the decisions they make and the consequences of those decisions. And I suppose in the end, we live in a democracy, and if we decide that we don't like the decisions that these guys have made, then we are free at some point to vote them out. That doesn't mean that in the meantime, they should be immune from scrutiny and discussion. And those of us who have a different perspective, as it's a free country, are able to put that forward.
If you were Sajid Javid, would you be putting in further restrictions, or do you think he's got it about right for now?
If it was me personally in that position, I would be restricting large gatherings, and I would be strongly suggesting to people that they don't have large New Year's Eve parties, particularly in enclosed spaces with poor ventilation. I don't think at this stage I would go so far as to say we need a national lockdown, but no, that would be my position if I was in his shoes. But I'm not. I'm just a jobbing clinician, not.
Okay,
not
so you're a jobbing clinician. That's what you would say. You see, because I would support the health secretary on this on the basis that what about all the damage and all the danger done to people as a result of these things? I mean, if for example, you cancel a whole load of events, as we've seen in Scotland and we've seen in Wales, that really puts the pressure on businesses. I mean, there's a lot of money being lost. There's a lot of livelihoods being curtailed. And there's a lot of negative impact from all of that.
I think that's absolutely right. And we clearly saw the economic damage that was done by the lockdowns earlier on in the year when we saw, our national economy essentially grind to a halt. That said, nothing is quite so damaging to the economy as unrestrained viral spread. So if you have workers who are off sick, if you have workers whose children are off sick, if you have workers who are in hospital or sadly dying, that does immense damage to one's economy. And again, that's what we saw in January last year. The health service came pretty close to collapse in the winter. We did nothing but COVID and were unable to do any other work because of unrestrained viral spread rather than because of the lockdown. And so that is the tricky balance that needs to be struck here. I think that what we've done previously when these restrictions were put in was there was major government support to businesses, and we know that there are viable businesses that can keep running if they are essentially shuttered.
But they can. But just finally to you, the numbers tell me a slightly different story, and maybe I've interpreted them incorrectly. But we've got hospitalisations of people who happen to have COVID, whether it's with COVID or not, who knows, of about 7,000. At the peak. Last January, it was over 30,000. So it's very clear that there's capacity within the health service. At what stage do the red alarm bells start flashing? Because at this stage, to my mind, health professionals are jumping up and down and telling me that we're all wrong and we're all seeing gloom and doom. I don't see the gloom and doom. I just see it's history repeating itself and an overreaction.
So I think we have to be very careful about what we're talking about here. What we were talking about in January when we had that massive peak was essentially the NHS being able to do nothing else except COVID. It shut down and did nothing except COVID. And that means that people with cancer...
But they're pretty much doing that again already.
Well, so where we are at the moment is we're still trying to run as much of our routine service as we can, but it's very difficult because we have a substantial burden of COVID in there at the moment. So we're not currently at the stage where the NHS has essentially stopped doing everything else. But because we have a substantial burden of COVID cases that these are patients who wouldn't otherwise be in hospital, that is significantly limiting our ability to at least deliver things like elective surgery or urgent surgery. We can just do emergency surgery.
But is it right? Is it right for me to ask whether people are in hospital with COVID or from COVID?
I don't think it really matters, to be quite honest with you, because there are two different things there. Clearly, if you're admitted to hospital with severe COVID-19, then that is a problem for you, and you end up, if you end up in intensive care and so forth, that's bad for you as an individual. If you're admitted to hospital with something else, but happen to have COVID because there's so much of it going around, that is also difficult because some of those patients with what we call incidental COVID will end up developing severe COVID once they're in hospital 5-10 days later. Others will still need to be isolated from other patients so they don't spread it around between other patients. And that can significantly gum up the running of the health service because you're using up isolation beds and so forth. So from a health service point of view, any case with COVID, whether it's an incidental discovery on a swab or full-blown COVID pneumonitis, is a problem.
I can see it as a problem, but I just wonder whether we're allowing a whole load of data to conflate so that maybe we're taking the wrong decisions. I don't know. We will find out. Dr. Andrew Conway-Morris, thank you so much for joining us this morning here on Talk Radio. Andrew is an ICU consultant, critical care researcher at the University of Cambridge. Right, next we'll be speaking to Tobias Ellwood, Conservative MP and Chairman of the Defence Select Committee, and also getting the thoughts of Paul Charles, Chief Executive of the PC Agency. That's all coming up on Talk Radio.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk Radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
Talk Radio.
Up front and bold as brass.
Rev it up and rant it out.
The nation's best debate.
Loud, alive.
A hippie to the hip hop.
Talk Radio.
The home of common sense.
7:22 is the time. You're listening to me, James Max. I'm with you till 10 o'clock with your breakfast show here on Talk Radio. We've been speaking this morning about the decision by the Health Secretary, Sajid Javid, but also the Prime Minister, to make sure that there are no further impositions or conditions imposed prior to New Year's Eve here in England, even though we've got COVID restrictions in Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland. Question is, was that the right call? It appears as if there is some tension between those health professionals and indeed politicians. Question is, who's got it right? 0344 499 1000. You've been hearing the debate, so I'd like you to get involved in the conversation. We'll take your calls in about 10 minutes' time. So if you want to have your say, now is the time to call. Now is the time to pick up the phone. Now is the time to decide what you want to either ask or say. It's 0344 499 1000. Meanwhile, we do have those rules which have now been announced for England. There will be no new restrictions between now and New Year in England. Was this the right call by the Health Secretary and the Prime Minister? Let's speak to Tobias Elwood, Conservative MP and Chairman of the Defence Select Committee. Joins me now. Tobias, good morning to you.
Good morning to you.
Has the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary, have they taken the right decision?
I think they have. I think there'll be huge relief across England that the Health Secretary has confirmed that there are no new restrictions for the time being. We are getting a better intelligence picture, being able to put all the data together. Sajid Javid has access to data which is yet to be released as well. This not only includes the transmissibility, but the lethality of it, the number of cases in hospitals and so forth. But also you spoke about the health professionals. The Prime Minister and the Health Secretary also have to consider the wider economy, the impact on the particularly things like the hospitality sector, whether the NHS can cope, as well as the mental well-being, if you like, of the entire nation. And when you put all those factors in together, I think this was a bold call by the Prime Minister, but I think for the moment, the right call to make.
Having now spoken to two health professionals, one of them slightly stronger than the other, but both appear to consider that the Health Secretary and the Prime Minister are taking the wrong decision. Are they being too overcautious?
Well, as I was just trying to touch on it, the health professionals will focus on their particular area of expertise. They want to make sure they've got their backs covered. They want to make sure that they're giving the right advice and so forth. We need to take this into the round. We're in a very different position from last year, let's not forget. I think people are much more responsible about their own voluntary protocols, if you like. Our routines now and mask wearing and keeping distances and so forth. And most critically, we're getting those jabs done. And it's very, very clear that if we're going to get out of this, then we need to keep getting our vaccinations completed. So we're in a far, I think, wiser position than a year ago. And therefore, that allows the Prime Minister to take a more bolder path than perhaps he would have done when we were less understanding of where things are.
Why is it that we're still not getting good data from the government? So, for example, when we look at the number of people who are in hospital and they say, oh, yes, they've got COVID. But why are we not looking at people who are in hospital with COVID as opposed to people who are in hospital from COVID? Because surely there are people who are picking it up. They've got underlying health conditions, all sorts of things that we as the public need to know and need to have confidence in the decisions that are being taken so that we can understand. And at the moment, the data that's being presented to us is so poor that it means that the trust, if you like, in government, in the decisions that are being taken, is ebbing away.
I think I would agree with you, and the government must be conscious of that. They can actually perhaps rebuild that trust, which eroded a little bit towards the end of last year, by providing clarity. If you want to take the nation with you, if you want to take Parliament with you, then the more data that you can provide to make your case, it's easier for people to follow. So I'd absolutely agree with you for us to better understand. I remember when that first case of the Omicron variant in the UK arose, where somebody had died, we weren't clear what the details were. And what we're seeing, and this is a real important message here, which I think you've been saying as well, is that the people who are filling up our hospitals are those who choose not to get jabbed. And the danger here is that those people who are refusing them are actually causing a burden on the rest of us. It's so irresponsible that they are refusing to actually get those vaccinations. That's how we get out of this. So,
okay, do we get out of that though? By there are two possible outcomes from that. Because there will be those who are listening and saying, listen, I don't see why the government should be able to tell me to get a jab, and I don't really want to have them commenting on my health. Thank you very much indeed. Alternatively, we could be going down the route which the New Yorkers have done in New York State. They're saying that vaccines are now going to become mandatory. What would you suggest is the route out? Do you think that we need to make vaccines mandatory?
Well, you're jumping ahead a little bit. If I can just finish that point, because it is related to your important question as to whether you go down the mandatory angle. You avoid the mandatory angle by people getting themselves jabbed. Come to Bournemouth, Christchurch, or Poole hospitals in my area, and the absolute majority of people that are in A&E, that are in intensive care because of COVID, have had no jabs. And they are putting a massive burden on the NHS, preventing other illnesses from being treated because they are so overwhelmed. So you avoid that question of mandatory passports and vaccinations and so on like that by us volunteering to make sure that you do the right thing, that you support Britain and get in with the program that everybody else is and getting themselves vaccinated. We need to understand that it's the stop-start approach that we've got at the moment is almost killing our economy. The fact that we're almost having to consider lockdown and then open up again, another final push, get us through Christmas into the new year. We can avoid this if everybody gets jabbed. But I'd go a step further than that to say, again, you avoid mandatory vaccinations by making sure that government has a program to say, let's consider now the 4th jab, the 5th jab, and so forth. This pandemic has lasted a couple of years. It, I'm afraid, is likely to last a couple more. We need to have the better logistical supply chain in place to make sure that we can weather this storm, not go, on the bus, off the bus approach, repeating very similar to what we were in the position we were this time last year.
But how many jabs are too many jabs? I mean, we're already talking about the 4th. I've just had my 3rd. I mean, it's just like, really?
So the mindset we need to adapt is similar to flu. We need to recognize that this simply because of the way that this mutates, if only 40% of the world is vaccinated, there's an awful lot of scope there for this to mutate into another variant. So there's another letter of the Greek alphabet that we're going to become familiar with. So if we want to go about our daily lives, if we want to help and support our hospitality industry by avoiding lockdowns, then yes, this is the battle that we need to actually embrace and get ahead of by making sure that we have a system in place that can get those vaccinations out without leaning once again on the NHS to provide it.
Can I ask about something slightly different? But we're going to be asked as a society for more money. And yet I still see for another day on the back pages and on the central pages of many of the papers, these adverts, which I'm sure are very expensive, get boosted now, they say. I guess it's a sensible message. But when we put in requests saying, can we have senior ministers come onto this programme, and thank you for joining us. But it has been very difficult to find voices from the government to come and talk to us. And yet very happy to spend millions and millions and millions of pounds on these adverts, combined with another story here, which is the MOD have spent £13 million on hire cars and taxis whilst making cuts to the army budget. Now, you might think, how on earth can I connect these? The point is that we are dealing with a government that seems not to be terribly interested in reducing waste and to spend taxpayers' money effectively. How on earth are we going to trust you as politicians and you as the government if you cannot spend our money wisely on the basis that you are going to come to us asking for more money, and yet this money is just being hoofed out as if it doesn't matter? It's being printed off the basis of the Bank of England because of quantitative easing, just going gung-ho, we need more money, spending whatever they want to spend, giving contracts to their mates, not reviewing things properly, not making sure that money that is spent is being effectively spent. And where is the accountability? And why are we spending people in government and into institutions and in quangos so much? You can only ask people to pay so much tax before they're going to rebel and before they're going to be really cross.
Well, I mean, you cover a myriad of issues there. Let's just firstly go to the communications point. When you're going through an enduring emergency such as this, and I touched on it before, it's so important that you keep the nation with you, that you take people along the journey, because you're actually asking them to do things that they wouldn't naturally want to do. So communications, command and control is absolutely pivotal. So if ministers are not coming on your program to explain, particularly at this juncture, you know, as we're perhaps considering new restrictions or not, that, you know, it's simply wrong. They must be there. Biosecurity, from where I sit as chair of the Defence Select Committee, is now critical. You know, this entire distraction, if you like, of the pandemic is giving space to our adversaries, our enemies, to take advantage to pursue their own agendas. We've got to get this right. We've got to get through it. You know, what's happening in Russia, Ukraine, not even getting the headlines at the moment. And then you touch on the finances itself. Absolutely right. And this is, again, where I think Parliament expressed its views at the end of last year, or the end of this year, sorry, to say we want to be more involved, to scrutinise how those funds are being spent, to make sure that, again, we don't lose the support of the British people in seeing money wasted. I'm pleased to see the government's put up its hand and said we're going to have a wider review of this. That should be ongoing, because absolutely it's right to make sure we spend this money correctly. This is the taxpayers' money. It's the British people's money.
Well, it certainly is, and I just wish that there was more scrutiny on what's being spent, where it's being spent, and making sure it's spent more wisely. But perhaps that's raised the flag. There we are. We must leave it there for time reasons. Tobias Ellwood, Conservative MP and Chairman of the Defence Select Committee, thank you so much for joining us here on Talk Radio, when perhaps some of your colleagues are a little bit shy of coming onto this radio station to talk about it, but they're very happy to spend millions of your pounds on those ads. Right, it's your calls next. So if you want to have your say, it's 0344 499 1000. Who got it right? We've got the tension now between the medical professionals who are saying we should have further restrictions, and the politicians who say no, we shouldn't. 0344 499 1000. Meanwhile, a little bit later than expected, just after 7:34, let's get the latest news headlines.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
James Max on Talk Radio.
The nation's favourite common sense station. Listen online.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
James Max.
The voice of reason. On Talk Radio.
7:37 is the time. Very good morning. Breakfast underway with me, James Max, with you till 10 here on Talk Radio. So if you want to join the conversation, it's 0344 499 1000. I'm talking to you about that decision by the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary to have no further restrictions into New Year's Eve. The health professionals appear to disagree with them. The question is, who was right? Who made the right call? I'd like you to have your say. It's 0344 499 1000. Also, if you're in Wales, if you're in Scotland, are you going to cross the border? Or are you just furious that your politicians have jumped the gun and put you under further lockdown restrictions? Or perhaps even in Northern Ireland as well. Anyway, we will come to your calls and your comments in just a few moments' time. Plus, we'll be speaking to Paul Charles and going through the front pages in a second. Meanwhile, I almost don't want to talk about it because, frankly, it's a disaster. But I guess we have to talk about the cricket. Sam Ellard is TalkSport's cricket reporter. He joins me now live in the studio. Sam, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm really well, thanks. I mean, I guess it's for you, it's ABC. It's anything but cricket. You don't want to talk about the cricket because it's so awful. I mean, it's a tragedy.
Yeah, it's worse than a tragedy. Look, I think we always knew that going to Australia and winning was going to be a tough task because it's quite an inexperienced England team, an England team that have struggled this year in tough circumstances. Australia are strong. They were fresh, but this has been worse than we ever thought.
What's wrong?
In particular, the batting. I mean, apart from Joe Root, the England top order can't bat. And it's as simple as that. They can't bat. They're underprepared. They're undercooked. They're out of form. They're short of confidence. And they're up against a good paced attack. And they've just been totally exposed. And none more so in this test match. I mean, being bowled out for 185 and 68 is simply shambolic. And this is an Ashes series. We have to be doing better than this.
I love it. As soon as somebody uses the word shambles or shambolic, I'm in. So, what's got to happen? What's got to change? Is this about selection? Is this about grassroots cricket? Is this about our club cricket? It's about the fact that we've had the scandals and the racism and the various other things. Is it just a complete reorganising of how cricket is organised?
I think it has to start right at the bottom. I think we need better coaching for young kids. I think nowadays young kids coming through counties, they get too quirky with their techniques. We need proper coaching to teach batsmen how to bat. I think in county cricket, we need to start producing better pitches played in the peak of the summer. Normally, red ball cricket gets pushed right at the beginning and right at the end on not very good wickets and overcast conditions, and it just suits the bowlers. It doesn't produce good test match batsmen. If we play cricket in the peak of the summer when the sun's shining, it will be better wickets. Batsmen will be able to spend more time in the middle, and I think England need to prioritise red ball cricket. This year we prioritised with the World Cup, which was just before the Ashes, we prioritised white ball cricket, where early in the year, players were playing in the IPL instead of playing test match
cricket. Is that
cricket.
because that's where the money is?
That's where the money is, yeah. I mean, the IPL, the England management team won't tell their players to not play in the IPL
it's just sniffing out the money.
There's too much money in it. Yeah, of course there is. The IPL is the biggest thing in cricket.
So money has ruined football. Money's ruined cricket. Money's ruining tennis. Money ruins everything.
We heard when Chris Silverwood took over as head coach in 2019, he kept going on about how it's all about the Ashes. We're building towards the Ashes. Earlier this year, around June time.
Should he go then?
The England players. I think Chris Silverwood should go. I think there's been some talk about Joe Root losing the captaincy. I don't think this series defeat, this bad year, is about Joe Root's captaincy. But I think Chris Silverwood is the head coach. He's also now as well the selector. Normally England have a national selector that picks the team and everything, and the head coach just focuses on coaching. Chris Silverwood has been picking the team as well. This year, we got beaten in India.
Why do you concentrate so much power in one person's hands?
Yeah, exactly. And it was a strange decision.
I can see that that's a disaster.
Yeah, it was a strange decision to not have a national selector. It was a big gamble by Chris Silverwood. The ECB, Ashley Giles, who's the director of cricket.
Well, fire them. They're all stupid. They've got it wrong.
And I think the one to go will be Chris Silverwood. Because it's been a terrible year. We got beaten in India. We lost at home to New Zealand. We lost at home to India. And this has just been the icing on the cake.
Right.
I think he's been a little bit out of his depth, a bit too inexperienced for international cricket. I think he's a good county coach. And I think that I think with the team, James, like, I don't think there's a great deal we can do. You look at the guys out there now. If you look who's next to come in, the guys aren't any better. So I think in terms of the team, we haven't got many options.
Right.
In terms of Joe Root, the captain, I think he's a decent captain, and there aren't many better options, or sorry, no better options in the England team.
Okay.
But I just think with the head coach, maybe he's had a couple of years, hasn't worked out. We might go down a different
Get
path.
rid. There we go. You've heard it from the
Simple as
top.
that.
You've heard it from the best.
I need to sleep, James. I haven't had much sleep over the past couple of weeks.
Well, hang
The
on a
hours
second.
are no
I was going
good
to
for
ask
us,
you, what are
are
you
they?
going to do on New Year's Eve? Now you're allowed to party. You going to party?
I'm going to party. I'm
Oh.
going to party hard and not think about or talk about cricket, which is going to be a nice change.
I think that will be a nice change for.
What are
pretty
you
much-
doing New Year's Eve?
Pretty much
That's a big
everybody.
question.
I am also partying.
Yes. Where are you going to be partying? Should we party together?
You're very welcome to come to the Frinton-on-Sea Lawn Tennis Club if you like.
No. Sounds too posh for me.
Yeah, probably is.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's not actually, but it's going to be a very nice do. I'm chairman of the club. I'm there supporting the club. There we go. We're going to be having a nice party. Chef's putting all the stops out. It's going to be nice.
I'll just go to a house party probably, I think.
Yeah,
But thank you for
You're of that age, and,
Yeah.
and I'm of the age where I need to go and have external catering.
Very well said.
I don't want any more vol-au-vent. Nobody needs a vol-au-vent in their life.
I don't know what that means, to be honest with you.
Okay, all right. We'll leave you to get
I'll
some
stick to the
education.
cricket, yeah.
You do that. Sam Elhart, Talk Sports cricket reporter. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. There we go. You're done. We move on from cricket. We're going to bring in Paul Charles, Chief Executive of the PC Agency. Paul, listen, you've heard all the various different discussions there. I am absolutely astonished by this tension, if you like, between the health professionals who are still saying we've got to lock down and have further restrictions, and government who's saying, let's hold off. Who's right?
Well, it was nice to hear a doctor on your programme, James, who didn't put the phone down on you, that's for sure. I think that this is a debate that Boris Johnson is now firmly at the heart of. He's taking the scientific data. Don't forget, he's seeing a lot more data than is being published. So we're not aware of all the figures that he and Sajid Javid are seeing. But he must be seeing data which is not putting the strong case for Omicron being a threat. It must be telling him that the hospitalizations are much lower than they expected, that whilst it's highly transmissible, it's not causing the severe infections that they expected. And it must be telling him that his 100 MPs who voted against him recently are right, that the public don't want to see more restrictions in place. Otherwise, he would have done it. So he's in an interesting place because on the one hand, he is creating this division between England, Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland and his political opponents, and that's probably helping him. But on the other, he knows he hasn't got much room for manoeuvre anyway because his rebellious MPs would be turning around and saying, well, you can't do this. We're not going to vote for more restrictions. So he's actually in a difficult place, albeit it may seem he's playing an astute move here.
He is. Just a quick word. Let's bring in a caller. Daniel is in Surrey. Daniel, good morning to you.
Good morning. I've had one jab, but then I was going to get the second, and then they brought out the third, and I thought, well, this is ridiculous. I can't carry on, so I didn't bother having the second. But,
Hang on a second. But doesn't the data tell you that if you had the first one and I'm assuming you didn't have an adverse reaction to it?
No, but I'm a big, strong man, James. I just think, what's the point?
Yeah, but big, strong people can get COVID, Daniel.
Yeah, very rarely. You've got more chance of drowning if you're under 70 years old in Britain.
I'm not sure that's quite the case, but
yeah, I think that is true. But
well, it really isn't. It's your opinion, but anyway, yeah.
I think that Boris Johnson's got bigger fish to fry. I
Really?
think the electorate are going to judge him on the economy, law and order, and immigration. And I think
you're right on that. I think he's going to be judged.
James, I'm talking. I think his net zero policy is net zero ideology. This green, he's turned the Conservative Party into the con-socialist Greens, and I think he's the impending energy crisis because he's taken his eye off the ball. Along with immigration, law and order, and the economy, they're going to bring him down. Honestly, people like me that ran for the Conservative Party and that were Conservatives, he's not even a Conservative. We need to get the party back on the right, a strong government. I just think this weak socialist green agenda's got to go.
Oh, sorry. Am I allowed to speak now?
Yeah, you are.
Oh, great. Thanks. Well, you kind of said everything you want to say. It was a diatribe, not a conversation, but never mind. There we go. That's Daniel in Surrey. 0344 499 1000 to join the conversation. Maybe you can do better than that. I like to have a conversation, a bit of chit-chat, a bit of this and that, a bit back and forth, as opposed to just speaking in paragraphs. What do you think? If you want to join that conversation, you can do so. I'd like to hear from you. because I want to know whether the government have pushed it too far or whether they've taken the right judgment and whether it was right to push back against the health professionals. 0344 499 1000. Also, motorists. Do you still need to learn how to use a car that's got gears? We're going to find out about that next here on Talk Radio.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk Radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
Talk Radio.
Spreading your opinions.
These boots were made for talking.
Outweigh and outlast all other arguments.
Plain talking, pioneering.
Let's broaden our minds.
Talk Radio.
The home of common sense.
7:51 is the time. It's me, James Max, with you till 10 here on Talk Radio. Talking to you this morning about the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary's decision not to impose further lockdown conditions on England, and the health professionals who seem very keen to tell you that that perhaps they've taken the wrong decision and the cases are rising and we need to learn from history and da-da-da, and the whole fear-mongering, scaremongering thing all over again. Meanwhile, this one says, it's quite extraordinary, really. This one, here we go again, Sage back in control of Talk Radio. No, they're not, Chris. I don't know what you're thinking about here. As far as I'm concerned, I'm not particularly interested in what the health professionals have to say when it comes to scaremongering. And I think that maybe the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary have taken the right decision not to impose further lockdown restrictions in England. And I think that the decision in Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland are wrong. But that's just my view. My view. What's yours? 0344 499 1000. We'll come to Paul Charles in just a few moments' time, get some more thoughts on that from him. Meanwhile, you might like to know that it looks as if there are going to be some changes which come. The AA's driving school is set to roll out driving lessons for electric vehicles. Learning how to change gear won't be necessary for future young drivers, according to the president of the AA. So is it all over? Is it a complete change of gear? Joining me now is Howard Cox, founder of Fair Fuel UK. Howard, very good morning to you.
Morning, James.
Is the old driving test not fit for purpose?
Well, it is worrying that it's going to be de-skilled. Youngsters themselves, I mean, this is a bit of a non-story to me because there's an automatic test anyway, which is the same as driving an electric vehicle. And I think you've got an electric vehicle.
I do.
And good on you, my friend. I mean, I'm all for electric vehicles.
But hang on a second, just before you get too excited, I am a petrol head and I love a bit of gear action.
Yeah, well, the point is, I'm not getting excited either. My worry is that we should be allowing the fuel technology and clean fuel technology to evolve naturally without these draconian cliff edge targets for 2030 bans. That's the major, because 99% of our 1.7 million supporters drive a diesel or a petrol. And that's the big issue. So I regard this as a non-story because we have an automatic test and we have a full-blown manual test. And I think everyone should take a manual test, in my opinion, because that helps with the concentration of the conditions of the road, how you change gear. All those sorts of things are vital.
But then, on the other hand, if no cars are going to have gears after we all go electric, because they don't, because my lovely electric car, you just put your foot down, it doesn't even have gears in the, it just has one gear, that's it.
I know, and I've driven lots of electric cars and they're fantastic. We love them. Obviously, there's the issue. I mean, I'm actually secretary to the all-party parliamentary group on Fair Fuel, and we did a report recently about the impact of actually moving to electric vehicles by 2030 and whether we can do it, the national grid, the recycling of batteries, all the stories you've heard before, James. But the issue is at the moment, young drivers won't be able to afford to buy an electric vehicle. So, I mean, they're going to get a second-hand car, and that's going to be a diesel or a petrol. And most of the time, yes, choose an automatic, then you're in the same situation you are with an EV. But, I would recommend that people learn to drive a manual still.
Yeah, certainly learning to drive a manual is probably a good idea. But then on the other hand, do you think that we're treating driving in cars correctly in the sense that we've allowed, whilst our backs have been turned during this whole pandemic, we've allowed over crazy powerful mayors to slow down our traffic, to impose 20-mile-an-hour limits that they're not really enforcing. So people now just drive whatever speed they want to, as opposed to just saying 30 and thinking that's reasonable. And then, of course, we've turned our backs on the idea that motorways should go up to 80 like they are on the continent, because for whatever reason people think that it's a clean air issue, particularly when you're talking about electric cars, that maybe we should say electric cars you can go at 80, petrol you can go at 70, and encourage people that way to make the switch. To my mind, we have policies and which are imposed by people who have either little or no idea.
Well, I can't add more to that, James. I couldn't agree more with you. Absolutely right. I wouldn't have the differential. The fact is you should drive to the conditions. And that's the sort of thing. I'm not a fan of smart motorways, I'm afraid, but I'm in favour of having advisory speed limits based on weather conditions, road conditions, and all those sorts of things, whatever the type of fuel technology car you drive. the real big worry about this is that the government have interfered in the marketplace, and a Tory government is actually interfering and telling us that we won't be able to drive new diesels and new petrols from 2030, and vans from 2035, and trucks 2040, and I think motorbikes 2035 as well. Why are they doing this when there's other technologies coming along, including electric vehicles? There's hydrogen, there's synthetic fuels, and we've got vehicles now which are really very, very clean. We should allow technology to do that, because national grids will not be able to cope in 2030. It just won't happen. It's just not possible. And we'll watch this space, because we're producing another report regarding the cradle to grave of electric vehicle versus the internal combustion engine.
Right. Well, we look forward to that. Howard, thank you so much for joining us this morning, highlighting a number of issues there in respect of not only how we learn how to drive, but also how we use the vehicles and whether the policies are correct. That's Howard Cox, founder of Fair Fuel UK. Okay, so next we turn our attention to some more of the big stories. We'll be speaking to the Labour MP, Graham Stringer, about those new COVID rules, and also taking some more of your calls. It's 0344 499 1000 to join the conversation. Meanwhile, we'll be turning our attention to the latest news headlines at 8 next.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
Online and on your smart TV. Talk Radio TV News.
Live at 8, I'm Anila Dami. Humiliation for England down under as Australia retains the Ashes on third day of the third test.
Of course, people should remain cautious as we approach New Year celebrations.
The government tells people to stay safe in England but rules out any further COVID restrictions. And heavy snowstorms batter the west coast of the United States. There's humiliation for England's cricketers as they surrendered the Ashes series on just the third day of the third test in Melbourne this morning. Joe Root's side were all out for just 68 runs in their second innings. It's their lowest total in Australia for 117 years. The hosts won by an innings and 14 runs to take an unassailable three-test lead. But Root refused to discuss his future as captain.
Disappointed. You turn up today and you walk out with Ben Stokes and you feel like anything's possible. I can't be selfish and start thinking about myself.
The government will not introduce any new COVID restrictions in England before New Year, despite the record rise in cases over the weekend and the highest level of hospitalisations since March. While Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland are putting limits on large gatherings and reinforcing social distancing, in England, the Health Secretary simply urged people to stay safe.
Of course, people should remain cautious as we approach New Year celebrations and, take a lateral flow test if that makes sense. Celebrate outside if you can. Have some ventilation indoors if you can.
And heavy snowstorms have battered the west coast of the United States, leaving thousands without power. Nearly 100 centimetres of snow has fallen in California, causing road closures, while there are avalanche warnings across 6 states. That's your live news on Talk Radio TV. More in half an hour.
Offence archaeology on Twitter. Quite terrifying.
Don't beg Jeff Bezos. Charge him for God's sake.
Have a day off. Use some common sense.
People can say whatever they want.
James Max on Talk Radio.
The double helix of common sense.
Listen on the app.
Watch it live on your smart TV. World headquarters of common sense. James Max
on Talk Radio.
Coming up to 4 minutes past 8 o'clock, you're listening to me, James Max, here on Talk Radio. So it's Tuesday, the 28th of December. I'm in for Julia Hartley-Brewer, not only today, but for the rest of the week. So, still to come, there'll be no new COVID restrictions imposed in England this year. Instead, people are being urged to remain cautious and get the boosters. While New Year's Eve celebrations can go ahead, those in Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland, well, they're now living with curbs on hospitality, including nightclub closures. So, has Boris Johnson finally made the right call? Are you worried about further curbs down the line, though? The telephone number is 0344 499 1000. Also, experts are warning that teenagers whose parents smoke are likely to copy them in adulthood. Plus, ministers are under growing pressure to protect households from soaring energy costs as they face the threat of their bills doubling in a year, and fears that lockdown may have sent would-be terrorists on the dark journey to radicalization. We'll be talking about that and everything else in news, plus taking your calls, and we'll be getting some more thoughts from Paul Charles as well, from the papers as well. You're listening to Talk Radio Breakfast with me, James Max.
James Max.
James Max on Talk Radio.
So there will be no further COVID restrictions in England before the new year, according to Sajid Javid, the Health Secretary. He has said that people should remain cautious and celebrate outside on New Year's Eve if possible. This, of course, varies from the guidance and the rules which have been imposed in Scotland, in Wales and in Northern Ireland. Question is whether these are the right decisions. Let's speak now to Graham Stringer, Labour MP for Blackley and Broughton, just outside Manchester. So, Graham, very good morning to you.
Good morning.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Talk Radio. So, do you support the Prime Minister's move and indeed the Health Secretary's move to keep England out of further COVID restrictions into New Year?
Certainly, the hospitality sector in Manchester and the surrounding area is relieved. It's going to save jobs over the next 5 or 6 weeks. Do I support it? One of the problems throughout all this epidemic is the government have kept a number of figures to themselves. We don't, for instance, know how many people are dying of COVID. We know how many people die 28 days after a test, but if you've got terminal cancer, you're included in those figures. We don't know how long the stay in hospital is for people who've gone in with the new variant, because obviously the capacity of hospitals is 3 or 4 times as much as it was if the hospital stay is only a third or a quarter of it. So it's very difficult to come to a conclusion, but for the economy, I'm relieved. And right the way through this epidemic, the government have not, they've told us how many people are in hospital, what the capacity of hospitals are, but they've not told us about the impact on the economy.
I think we're all in agreement about the paucity of data and the fact that it's been poor and it's been poorly communicated. I think you're absolutely right to pick up about those with COVID and from COVID, and it's not just about those who have lost their lives, it's also about those who are in hospital, who are in ICU and everything else. What do you make, though, of the vaccination programme? We've got people who have had first and second vaccines, those who have had the boosters, but those who have chosen not to have the vaccines. Do you think that we should be moving to, in any shape or form, compulsory vaccination, or are you happy with a process that is fundamentally voluntary?
Well, the rollout of the vaccines has been an enormous success, and even the booster programme, which got off to a much slower start than it should have done, has gained momentum. And I think it's over 55% of eligible adults have now had that vaccine. We live in a free society. If people choose not to get vaccinated, it's up to them. I don't want to live in a two-tier society where we discriminate against people who are not vaccinated. People get ill because they smoke. People get ill because they get fat. We don't discriminate against them, even though they're a greater burden on the health service than if they were thin and didn't smoke. So I think we have to carry on pointing out that while the vaccines aren't perfect, they don't stop you getting ill, but they're likely to stop you dying and certainly getting the very, very severe disease.
What do you make then of the argument that says about unvaccinated people with COVID-19, they are up to 60 times more likely to need intensive care treatment, according to the stats which have been published? If that is the case, then it's possible to argue to say that those who refuse to get vaccinated are causing the rest of us to have to pay for the health care that we don't necessarily get, to pay for the restrictions that might come down the pipes, because the people who are unvaccinated are the ones who end up in hospital. Or do you think that that is an unfair comparison and an unfair stat to use?
As far as I'm aware, the statistic is accurate. We had a session with the health people just before Christmas on the Science and Technology Committee, and I think that statistic is accurate. But I come back to the point I was making. If you're going to cancer wards, if you're going to hospital, you find people who you could say their lifestyle has ensured that they get cancer. People who die of liver diseases often drink excess alcohol. I don't see why it should be just for this case. I wish people would get vaccinated. I wish people wouldn't smoke. And I wish people wouldn't eat excessively and make themselves overweight. But we do that. If we were going to go down that path, we would be saying the health service is only available for those people who live blameless lives as far as their own health is concerned.
Let me ask you then about the decisions taken by Wales and indeed Scotland and to an extent Northern Ireland. They are all at variance to England. Somebody's got it wrong. So would you say that Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland, that their administrations, their localised administrations, have they been too draconian? Have they gone too far with their COVID restrictions? Or has the English government or the British government for England been perhaps too loose?
It slightly reminds me of the old headline of Fogging the Channel, continent isolated. The vast majority of people live in England, and the decisions being taken by the Prime Minister and the Health Service to do that for whatever it is, 90% of the people who live in the United Kingdom. I come back to the original point that was being that I was making, I think you were agreeing with, that we don't have all the statistics, but I feel comfortable at the moment that in what we know in terms of people going into hospital, that we've got it right in England. I'm not prepared to criticise.
So Mark Drakeford's got it wrong then?
I think he's got a number of things wrong throughout this. I think some of the decisions taken in the earlier lockdowns about not letting people shop in supermarkets and closing aisles to what he decided weren't essential goods was wrong. And while there may well be different statistics, which I'm not aware of in Wales, they've certainly got a very high vaccination rate. I think if England's got it right, then, well, I'm not prepared to say categorically Wales have got it wrong. I wouldn't be supporting what they've done.
And in terms of what's coming down the pipes, do you think that the decision now in England is going to mean that we're going to have further or harsher lockdown restrictions in January? Or does it mean that what we're really doing is now learning to live with the COVID situation and then moving on the basis that we can no longer just lock down any time or every time that there's some kind of outbreak?
I do think we have to live with it, otherwise we're going to have no economy to pay for the health service, because we've got to remember that the economy pays for everything in the public sector. I don't know what's going to happen. What one needs to remember is in July, when England came out of restrictions sooner than everybody else, there were exactly these predictions that we'd be going back into lockdown very quickly, and we didn't. Nobody's got a crystal ball, but at the moment, I think of what I know of the statistics and what I know of the economy, this is probably the right decision.
So, can we then believe those health professionals who appear to be mounting their own version of Project Fear when it comes to COVID numbers and restrictions?
I think when you look across the spectrum of senior health people, senior scientists, you get a whole series of different responses to COVID. I chair an all-party group where we have a lot of scientists who come along, we listen to them, top scientists, top epidemiologists, who are saying quite different things from the same statistics as some of the government advisors. I think most of these scientists, they're not bad people. They are doing their best in a difficult situation. I do think that the editor of The Spectator, Fraser Nelson, scored a real sort of journalist coup just before Christmas when he talked to the chair of the body that deals with the statistics and found that really they were putting worst case scenarios forward. So you always have to examine the statistics, and sometimes I think they have put the worst case scenarios forward. But I interviewed, as a member of the Science and Technology Committee, Professor Ferguson just before Christmas, and I asked him whether the models he was using, whether it was science or not, and he was very open. He said, it's not science. They're a method of looking at things to try and understand what is causing what and what is related to everything else. And you get if you look in detail of what's being said, as opposed to the worst case scenarios, you've got a huge range of possibilities. And I think people overuse, particularly those people who believe we should be in lockdown, they overuse the worst case scenario.
And just finally to you, a lot of people will, particularly those who are not happy to be vaccinated, will talk about natural immunity. have we included that in the national conversation to the extent that there is a huge amount of evidence that says that if you've caught COVID, then you do have a certain amount of natural immunity, in the same way that if you catch the flu, and your chances are you're not going to have it again. If we're not careful, we might eradicate natural immunity from our society. That's not a great thing either, is it?
Well, a lot of people have had COVID, so, and you're absolutely right that people who've had COVID, as for most viral diseases, develop at least a partial, if not a complete immunity in the future, and that should be included. One of the things definitely not included, and you can look at these models and they all have imperfections, is the impetus given to scientific research during this epidemic means we now have a new range of antiviral drugs which can help if people are admitted into hospital. I don't believe they've been included in the models, but I think the government have bought 5 million doses of these new antivirals, and they're definitely going to reduce serious illness and death when people are admitted to hospital.
Graham, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We could probably talk all morning, but we certainly can't because time is against us. That's Graham Stringer, Labour MP for Blackley and Broughton. Thank you so much for joining us this morning here on Talk Radio. It's much appreciated. Next, we're going to talk about children whose parents smoke. They're 4 times as likely to take up smoking themselves. We'll find out about that study. Plus, we'll get some thoughts from Paul Giles, Chief Executive of the PC Agency. So that's all coming up here on Talk Radio Breakfast.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk Radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
Talk Radio.
Open discussion, healthy debate. Talk Radio. Listen, digest, repeat, understand.
Smart people, smart speaker, smart TV.
Talk Radio.
8:22 is the time for a good morning breakfast underway with me, James Max, with you till 10 here on Talk Radio. Hope you're well this Tuesday morning. So talking to you about the government, so the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary have not imposed further measures between now and New Year's Eve, and you might think that's great news. Just bringing in Paul Charles, Chief Executive of the PC Agency, which is a travel consultancy firm. Paul, I guess, look, for England, this is good news. It makes no sense that we've got Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland with different restrictions. But what about this? France have now tightened their COVID restrictions over concerns of the Omicron variant. From the 3rd of January, remote working will become compulsory for those who can for 3 days a week, and public gatherings will be limited to 2,000 people for indoor events. France recorded more than 100,000 new infections on Saturday. I'm assuming that if Omicron continues to run rampant, there are going to be some countries who just impose further lockdowns. Ongoing means that for the travel industry, it's a mess and a disaster.
It is. It's not helping certainty or confidence, and that is the fundamental issue at the moment, and why you're seeing so many airlines cancel flights on top of staff shortages, but also because there isn't the demand to travel at the moment due to so many restrictions. I think what's encouraging about what Boris Johnson has done, or not done, if you like, by not adding any new restrictions, is that clearly now Omicron is not doubling every 2 days in the UK. If it was, which it was previously, of course, about 10 days ago, then there would be more restrictions in place. So clearly Omicron is not as severe as many first thought. And that means that it's not as severe as Delta. And why, therefore, can't we go back to the travel restrictions, the light touch restrictions that were in place when Delta was the dominant variant? And that means just having a lateral flow test taken when you arrive back in the UK. So now is the time to do away with that pre-departure test that is hurting the travel industry so much. Now is the time to do away with the expensive PCR test that you have to do on or before day 2 of your arrival back in the UK. Let's go back to the restrictions that we had in under Delta, which was simply a lateral flow test once you got back to the UK. That would help the economy, it would save jobs, and of course it would revive confidence.
Why won't the government do that then?
Well, I think they're still very cautious. And what's encouraging actually about what the Prime Minister's not done is that it shows actually he may be now moving to a different policy, one of learning to live with COVID, finally, learning to live with the various scientific treatments we now have in place, understanding that actually the economy can start to continue and we can protect jobs whilst also balancing the healthcare needs, because the NHS is not under the pressure that many thought it would be. And I think what's also interesting is you mentioned France. Yes, their infections are skyrocketing. This is at a time when they had introduced the green pass, the COVID pass that you had to show at every venue you went into. So clearly that hasn't worked.
Right, so that undermines, in your view, is there a place for a COVID pass?
Well, there was. I thought there was. I'm changing my tune a little bit here because I honestly thought that was the way forward to get everybody to, it was an incentive, wasn't it, to be vaccinated, to show your pass so you could get into a bar, a restaurant.
Because I've never understood why you would bother to do that in the UK, as in within your shores. And the second point is, I think the negative side of having to show your papers is so much worse than any benefit that you might get from it, which I have to say, given that you can catch COVID whether you've got a pass or not, I'd much rather have somebody say, take a lateral flow test before you go, which everybody can do. It's without discrimination. It doesn't stop people getting on with their lives. The tests are very easy to do, particularly the newer ones, which just require a swab up your nostrils. And I just don't understand why we've allowed ourselves to be sort of lulled into this false sense of security that in some shape or form a COVID pass is going to do anything other than tear apart society, create discrimination between those who have and have not been vaccinated in a way that's either neither fair nor right.
Yeah, well, the French situation has now proven, I think, you've got real-time evidence that, in fact, it's not working, that policy in France, so we don't need to do it here. What we need to do here is actually now what the Prime Minister seems to be doing. getting the boosters to as many people as possible, getting many more vaccinated with the first and second doses at the same time, and making sure that you balance the health needs with the economic needs. This could be a game changer, actually, what the Prime Minister's done. It's a hell of a gamble for him to take, but it could be a game changer because he's sending a message to the rest of the world. Actually, you can learn to live with COVID by not putting in place more restrictions.
Well, let's hope that's the case. Paul, just before I let you go, almost in a word, should people book their holidays for the summer, or are there going to be more restrictions?
Oh, without doubt, book for the summer. We're going to be in a much better place post-Easter than we have been in the previous 2 years. Absolutely safe to do. And don't forget, a reputable airline and tour operator will ensure you can rebook or get a refund anyway, should things go the wrong way. But we're definitely on a better path in 2022. So now's the time to book and get a good deal. There are plenty out there.
There are plenty of good deals out there whilst people have COVID fright, and now could be the good time. Paul Giles, Chief Executive of the PC Agency, travel consultancy firm. Thank you so much for joining us this morning here on Talk Radio, where we're going to turn our attention to this story, which is about children whose parents who smoke. Well, they're 4 times more likely to take up smoking themselves. Dr. Nigat Arif is an NHS family GP, joins me now. Doctor, good morning to you.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, really well. Thank you so much for joining us here on Talk Radio. So, look, we know that there are so many reasons why people shouldn't smoke. Who's this research aimed at? Is this as a parent to say, look, you're about to have children, or if you've got children, stop it now, because otherwise you're sentencing your child to, probably end up smoking themselves?
It's aimed at everybody, really. If you look at the statistics, 1 in 8 adults still smoke. And actually, it's one of the leading causes of premature death. So trying to get people to stop smoking is a very good incentive, because it allows us to look after our patients better, have lots of preventable diseases. I mean, the biggest one being cancer, not something that we would have to be worried about in our patients. And also, we have found that if you smoke, then that habit does pass on to your children, because children copy what adults do. We might not think that they do, but they definitely see what you're doing a lot of the time.
They certainly do. And I mean, look, smoking, I suppose, is one of those things where we clearly know the dangers of it. Certainly when I was growing up, to go and have a cheeky cigarette when you were, people smoked at the pub and they smoked at restaurants and they smoked pretty much everywhere. And when you were trying to be a rebellious teenager or a youth, off you went and smoked behind the bike sheds, all that stuff. I think people recognise now that maybe that's not so sensible. And certainly as far as I'm concerned, I haven't smoked for a number of years, nor do I intend to start again now. It is highly addictive though, isn't it? And it's not just health reason for yourself that you should give up. I'm assuming that anybody around you, it's not only copying, but I'm assuming if anybody is in a smell shot of your smoke, they could be at risk too.
Yeah, passive smoking is a huge thing that causes detrimental harm to your loved ones and your nearest and dearest. And I'm definitely, as a GP, see children come in with asthma-related symptoms or bronchiolitis or bronchitis, particularly around the winter times, and because they're not smokers themselves, but passive smoking is affecting them. But not just that, it's your surrounding. It'll be your walls, it'll be in your curtains, it'll be in your linen, your clothes. And even if you think, well, I'm not smoking in front of my loved one, I'm going outside, it still gets in your clothes. So when you go inside and your child might run up to you and hug you, well, actually they can smell it, and those fumes get into their airways and their lung and their airway passages. So quitting smoking is something that you should be doing for those around you. That's why we have a smoking ban indoors, and lots of restaurants and venues, etc., follow that ban a lot. And I think that what we need to be trying to do is giving people support to quit smoking. That's why the NHS Better Health campaign has launched this free tools and resources so that people can go on to that, because quitting is hard, and it's brilliant that you've been able to quit, but lots of people have to make multiple quit attempts, and it's never too late to start. I think that's the thing, and it's never too late, even if you failed the last time, to start afresh and do it again with different support available. And that's where the Better Health campaign comes in.
But is this something that the NHS, which is so pressured in so many different ways, is this something that they should be paying for?
Well, yes, of course, because this is something that actually causes a lot of premature deaths and affects us. So the whole point of the NHS, particularly general practice, is making sure that we have preventative things in place. There's lots of other things that we do. We have, healthy eating campaigns. We have lots of mental health resources on the NHS, which we put into place so people can go onto the app or look at how they can eat better, exercise. We have the Catch to 5K already to get people to exercise, because we know that reducing your weight and having a better physical health allows you to have a better mental health.
All of that, I understand, but some of it might sound as if it's nanny in a state, just getting a little bit too intrusive in people's lives, and also that we're paying for it, as opposed to saying, look, we all know that these are the things to do. Now go off and do it yourself. In the same way that, we're reading on the front page of The Guardian that there's an obesity plan, not enough to beat junk food culture. Surely, the thing to do is to say to people, look, this is the right way to do it. This is the wrong way to do it. Now it's over to you.
Well, no, I completely disagree with you saying that it's a nannying state, because I think health is a problem that as a community we should be supporting everybody within that community.
Yeah, but
everybody has different financial constraints and needs, and therefore we have to be able to support those who have difficulty accessing some things. And this is where the NHS does step in, because what the NHS does really well is have preventative measures in place so that people don't get sicker, which costs far more money later on down the line.
Well, I guess you say that, but then on the other hand, when does advice start and stop, and when does intervention become too intrusive? And some people might say that actually they want the decisions. They know that smoking is bad for them, and it's up to them. And if they want to smoke, they're going to continue.
Well, this is where the Better Health campaign can only advise you. I mean, we're not nannying anybody. We're trying to say to people, it's a new year. It's never too late. 1 in 8 adults smoke. We can give you the free support, the nicotine replacements, so the addictive behavior stops. Because if you look at it, a lot of adults don't want to be smoking. They realize that it impacts their family. They realize it impacts their nearest and dearest, and it affects their health. I mean, I can tell you, when I've seen a patient with COPD, chronic obstructive airway disease, or somebody in hospital because of a pneumonia, the first thing they say to me is, I really wish I could quit, but that addictive behavior needs support. And this is where the NHS does that really well.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. That's Dr. Nigat Arif, NHS Family GP. Thank you so much for giving us some insight into that campaign. Next, we're going to be talking about energy prices, the fact that your energy bills may have gone up by, well, double. We'll be talking about that, plus we'll be talking about AI that could end up prosecuting you. It's the most extraordinary story. Those and your calls still to come here on Talk Radio, where it's time now for the very latest news headlines.
Online and on your smart TV. Talk Radio TV News.
With your headlines, I'm Anila Dami. Humiliation for England down under as Australia retains the Ashes on the third day of the third test.
Of course, people should remain cautious as we approach New Year celebrations.
The government tells people to stay safe in England but rules out any further COVID restrictions. And heavy snowstorms batter the west coast of the United States. There's humiliation for England's cricketers as they surrendered the Ashes series on just the third day of the third test in Melbourne this morning. Joe Root's side were all out for just 68 runs in their second innings. It's their lowest total in Australia for 117 years. The hosts won by an innings and 14 runs to take an unassailable 3-test lead. But Root refused to discuss his future as England captain.
Bitterly disappointed. You turn up today and you walk out to bat with Ben Stokes and you feel like anything's possible. I can't be selfish and start thinking about myself.
The government will not introduce any new COVID restrictions in England before the new year, despite the record rise in cases over the weekend and the highest level of hospitalisations since March. While Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland are putting limits on large gatherings and reinforcing social distancing, in England, the Health Secretary simply urged people to stay safe.
Of course, people should remain cautious as we approach New Year celebrations, and take a lateral flow test if that makes sense. Celebrate outside if you can. Have some ventilation indoors if you can.
And heavy storms have battered the west coast of the United States, leaving thousands without power. Nearly 100 centimetres of snow has fallen in California, causing road closures, while there are avalanche warnings across 6 states. That's your news on Talk Radio TV. More in half an hour.
James Max on Talk Radio.
The nation's favourite common sense station. Listen online.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
James Max.
The voice of reason.
on Talk Radio.
8:37 is the time. Very good morning. Hope you're well this Tuesday morning. Taking your calls on that decision by the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary have decided not to impose any further lockdown restrictions on England before New Year. Great news, you might say. But what about the rest of the nation? So if you're in Wales or Scotland or Northern Ireland and you're furious about the decision that's been taken by your government or how it's impacted you, I'd like to hear from you. Also, has the government made the right choice here in England? I would say they have. I am slightly concerned that they may still think that some kind of restrictions are required in the new year, when what they really should be doing is saying, no, we're going to live with this thing. And also, I want better data. How many people are in hospital as a result of their COVID, as opposed to they've just got COVID because they've got a whole range of other things? I mean, excuse me, I've got terminal cancer. Oh, by the way, I picked up COVID. It didn't help. I get it. But you're not there because of it. 0344 499 1000. Join the conversation now. You will get through, and then we'll try and get you on between now and 10. We're going to take as many of your calls as possible. Meanwhile, the government must show more urgency to deal with the energy price crisis. I don't know whether you've noticed your bills going up. If you're on a fixed deal, you're probably okay just for now, but it's a price rise probably on the way. And this is quite a significant problem for pretty much anybody, that you've got to pay the bills. The government is now showing nowhere near enough urgency in finding a solution to steep increases in gas and electricity prices. This is according to one energy boss, they've told one of the broadcast organisation. This was OVO's Stephen Fitzpatrick, predicting that rising wholesale gas prices and the impact on the people will be an enormous crisis for 2022. Question is the government doing enough, or are they just kicking it into the long grass? Andrew Long, founder and CEO of Switchcraft, joins me now. Andrew, good morning.
Good morning.
So, is the government doing enough to deal with this impending energy price crisis?
No, I don't think so. I don't think the government has done a huge amount so far. I mean, right now, everyone is protected, in inverted commas, by the energy price cap. So that is preventing people's bills from going up in the short term. But really, it's not a solution at all, because all the small energy suppliers that are keeping the big guys honest are going bust at the moment. We've had something like 25 or 30 insolvencies during 2021. And okay, you know, your energy bills might be the same in the short term, but the competitive market is really vanishing before our eyes.
Isn't the problem the energy price cap itself, that the government nicked a policy that was from the opposition? They thought it would be a clever political move. They didn't look into the unintended consequences of that policy, which is if wholesale prices rise significantly, in fact, it makes it worse for everybody, because those companies who are signed into it, i.e. all of them, unless they've got massive cash reserves, they can't survive it.
Yeah, I mean, the energy price cap was originally intended to tackle the loyalty penalty, which is the way loyal customers are charged more, which exists across all areas of personal finance. But now it's being used, I would say, almost misused to shield customers in the short term from the impact of wholesale prices, which is a kind of big geopolitical thing across Europe, which is not specific to the UK energy sector. And I would say that, you know, you can squeeze the suppliers and make them foot the bill in the short term, but really it's got to the point where it's not just a spike; it's a big thing. It's going to happen over many months, and the government needs to foot the bill more directly in the wholesale market, rather than expecting small suppliers who can't afford to make up the difference to take up that slack themselves.
So what should the government do then? If they're being inactive and sitting on their hands and we're just waiting for this train wreck to happen in front of our eyes, what should they be doing? Is it about VAT? Is it about wholesale prices? Is it about intervening in the market? Or is it about imposing some other kind of conditions?
Well, I think as a general philosophy, my starting point would always be kind of set the market up and let the free market do its thing, and let competition deliver good outcomes for consumers. But the spike that we've seen over the winter is now expected to persist longer into 2022. So it's not a short, sharp shock that we can absorb and then move on from, and then it'll all be okay. I think actually it's got to the point where the government needs to support wholesale markets. And that's important to do it that way, because at the moment some of the support that's been offered has favoured the bigger suppliers, and I think it's important to be even-handed and preserve the competitive environment for when we come out of this crisis. So that's why the government needs to subsidise wholesale prices in the short term, across the board, and then the suppliers can do their thing, and that will preserve the competitive market for the future.
Urgent action required. There we go. Andrew, thank you so much for joining this morning. It's Andrew Long, founder and CEO of Switchcraft, asking for direct government intervention in the impending crisis in energy prices, which I have to say I think is going to be the big story at the beginning of 2022. When those price rises start to come through and the fixed deals come to an end, that's when you'll notice how much prices have risen, and it is going to be astonishing. It's not just going to be a little bit, it's a lot of money. Now let's turn our attention back to our conversation about those no new COVID restrictions in England. Did the government make the right choice? Should we be preparing for further lockdown considerations? Well, I don't know. I hope not. 0344 499 1000. That's the telephone number. Let's go to Anna, who's in the northeast. Anna, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Anna. What would you like to tell me?
Yeah, so I work for the NHS. I'm a children's surgeon in the northeast, and I need to say that there are a lot of healthcare professionals who actually think the government have got it right. I know there are some of my colleagues who would disagree, but as a surgeon, I am seeing the impact of last year's lockdown. We are seeing waiting lists that are unprecedented for children and children's planned surgery. We are seeing delayed presentations of problems that need to be dealt with sooner rather than later, including cancer in children. And there has to be a balance. I think Omicron looks like it's more transmissible, but is actually less severe in terms of its morbidity and mortality.
So why do you think that so many of these, professionals or health advisors or otherwise, they're all saying that it was the wrong thing, and they're concerned about exponential growth, and they're saying, haven't we learnt? Whereas I thought that we'd learnt by making the vaccine available, and that we've seen the vaccine data, and that we've seen that suppresses. It doesn't necessarily stop the spread of Omicron, but what it does do is it reduces hospitalisation, and that's even before the fact that Omicron may be less damaging anyway in itself. So there are a whole range of reasons why the government may have made the right choice. But then we've got nations around the world who are just imposing further lockdown or restrictions on their populations. Do you think that we're going to see that here? Is there any excuse for it, or would you say avoid it at all costs?
It's a difficult question, isn't it? Because you can't look into the future, but it's the natural history of most viruses since time immemorial to become more transmissible and less virulent and cause less significant problems. And as you say, the vaccine rollout, particularly in the older population and the more vulnerable people, seems to have had some positive impact. But the younger generations, it's the impact in terms of other health problems. And if you look at the ONS data for the past 12 weeks, there's actually a significant rise in mortality in the younger age groups. And that's all caused, that's not due to COVID at all. And we've known for a long time that COVID significantly impacts in people who have got risk factors, other morbidities, and the older population. In terms of other countries, I wouldn't want to comment on what they choose to do, but I think as a whole, this has made populations, and particularly healthcare professionals, very risk-averse. And quite understandably, we're here to protect the health of our patients.
And what about the vaccines? What about those who, would you, as a healthcare professional, how on earth do you persuade people that taking a vaccine is a good thing? Because there are lots of people who, for whatever reason, don't want to take it. Or should we be respecting people's individual rights and just say, look, we've given you the information, we've given you the jab if you want it, and now it's over to you?
So I've got quite strong opinions about this. I took the Hippocratic Oath that states that first, do no harm. We do not know the long-term outcome data for vaccines, but this was unprecedented pandemic, and therefore I understand why we rushed to a vaccine as a panacea, which is debatable. However, as I say, it's had a positive impact on those at risk. secondly, you know, I am a surgeon. I cannot perform a procedure without taking consent. I practice medicine by consent. I would never force someone or mandate someone as a professional to have any form of medical intervention that they were not happy with, and that they felt I was not offering them sort of full informed consent. And if someone asks me for long-term outcome data, I just can't give it to them. And if that is the reason they do not wish to have it, or if they tell me that they're young and fit and do not see the data backing up the reason for them having the vaccine, I'm not going to force them to. And I think that is a very slippery slope.
I think you raise a really important point, Anna. We'll leave it there for time reasons, but you raise a really important point, which is that ethical and moral maze as to how to persuade people to do something if it's the right thing to do, without forcing them, without coercing them, without insisting, and also respecting the individual rights of the individual, to make your own mind up. There we go. We'll take some more calls shortly. 03444991000 is my telephone number. Meanwhile, China has developed an AI prosecutor. Seriously, we will hear about that next.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio. Talk Radio.
The microeconomics of rational debate.
Arguments all round.
A radio station, not a panic station.
Translate and decode the issues of the moment.
Talk Radio.
Now available on TV.
8:53, it's time. Very good morning. It's breakfast with me, James Max, here on Talk Radio, talking to you about the Prime Minister's decision. Although, by the way, the Prime Minister has gone missing in action. I do quite enjoy the front page of today's Mirror, which says, Johnson no-show, where's the PM? So he's just left Sajid Javid to make the announcement that there are no further curbs. Does it really matter if the Prime Minister's there? I mean, if there are no further restrictions, does it matter if he doesn't turn up until the new year, frankly? Anyway, they seem to think it does. If you want to get involved in the conversation, though, I'm asking whether he has or they have made the right call. I would say they have. I just do not want to see further restrictions in the new year. And I'm worried that the government might think that it's a good idea. You have a look what's happening around the world, all sorts of impositions, despite the fact that the number of cases, to my mind, just doesn't make a difference. Anyway, that's just me. What do you think? 0344 499 1000 is the telephone number if you want to join that conversation. Also, if you missed my interview with Dr. Peter English, seriously, you want to go and have a look. It is absolutely astonishing that we're dealing with that. You will find that interview. It's been tweeted on @Talk Radio. Go and have a look for it there, and you'll see it, and maybe you can join in the conversation. Meanwhile, you might like to be interested in listening to this. China have developed an artificial intelligence prosecutor that can charge people with crimes with more than 97% accuracy. Good idea that saves money, or terrible idea that leads to a world run by AI? Rohit Talwar is CEO of Fast Future and Global Futurist. Joins me now. Rohit, good morning.
Good morning.
Listen, much as I'm excited by the prospect of artificial intelligence and the short-circuiting of stuff, to my mind, this is chilling to have a legal process that moves into the realms of AI to determine guilt or innocence. Am I wrong to be concerned?
Well, at the moment, it's not determining your guilt. It's determining whether it should be considered for prosecution and for charges. So there's still a human involved. And AI is being used in that way all over the world right now. Basically, this form of AI called machine learning looks at thousands of past cases to draw out, if you like, the likely behaviors, and then says, if you match that, then there's a reasonable basis for charging you. And it's happening the same whether we'll give you a mortgage or not, whether you can live in a certain place or not.
Hang on, no, Rohit. This is the problem. It's a one-size-fits-no-one. And then you end up without human expertise, without judgment, and then you end up with box ticking. When you end up with box ticking, then you end up with the wrong results. You end up with people on screen and on the airways because they tick a box, not because they've necessarily got the skill or the talent. You end up with people who are doing jobs who shouldn't necessarily be doing jobs. You get people making decisions that make no sense, but computer says no. And surely we don't want to end up with a world like that, do we?
Well, firstly, this is only supporting the decision maker. There's a far worse set of things coming. So when you start to get to the point where it's making the actual decisions on sentencing, in China, what we know is the legal system really favors sending people to prison, and they won't care whether there's a few inaccurate cases. What we're more worried about is what happens, if you like, in places where there's more democracy, where there's a risk that when it gets to sentencing, there's a bias in there and certain people get sentenced more because of that bias. But what I'm really worried about is what's next. And already a number of police forces around the world are starting to do what we saw in Minority Report, where it's not whether you've committed a crime, it's based on your behavior leading up to that crime. That says, actually, we're looking at your behavior and the things you're doing, what you're buying, what you're saying on social media, and we'll charge you in advance of that crime. That's way more scary to me. China already has internet courts that rule in things like disputes on technology. And in that case, 98% of them go through without any challenge. So this is already there. And all around the world, we're already seeing electronic courts deciding things, from Estonia to British Columbia for small cases under €7,000. They're being fully automated. the issue here is not so much what China's doing, which is a sort of natural progression of what's going on in AI. It's the shocking lack of understanding of what AI is and where it could go. So we end up with sensationalist headlines without people understanding it and identifying where we want to get involved and say, no, we won't have that. And AI also has massive benefits. We wouldn't have the vaccines that we have now if we hadn't used AI in the drug discovery process. And so we do see some positive benefits to it. The issue is people really not knowing enough, and particularly politicians, to be able to say, actually, we shouldn't go any further than this.
Well, I think you certainly raised some interesting ethical issues that are going to be coming back to haunt us probably again. Rohit, thank you so much for joining us this morning here on Talk Radio. That's Rohit Tawad, CEO of Fast Future and Global Futurist, talking about the AI prosecutor that can press charges with, they say, 97% accuracy. Okay, next we turn our attention back to the big stories. We'll be speaking to the MP for Clacton, that's Giles Watling, getting his thoughts on the government's latest decisions, and we'll be looking back and looking forward at the festive TV as well, plus taking more of your calls. That's all coming up on Talk Radio Breakfast with me, James Maggs.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk Radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
Online and on your smart TV. Talk Radio TV News.
Live at 9, I'm Anila Dami. Humiliation for England down under as Australia retains the Ashes on the third day of the third test.
Of course, people should remain cautious as we approach New Year celebrations.
The government tells people to stay safe in England but rules out any new COVID restrictions. And heavy snowstorms batter the west coast of the United States. There's humiliation for England's cricketers as they surrendered the Ashes series on just the third day of the third test in Melbourne this morning. Joe Root's side were all out for just 68 runs in their second innings. It's their lowest total in Australia for 117 years. The hosts won by an innings and 14 runs to take an unassailable three-test lead. But Root refused to discuss his future as captain.
Bitterly disappointed. You turn up today and you walk out with Ben Stokes and you feel like anything's possible. I can't be selfish and start thinking about myself.
The government will not introduce any new COVID restrictions in England before the new year, despite the record rise in cases over the weekend and the highest level of hospitalisations since March. While Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland are putting limits on large gatherings and reinforcing social distancing, in England, the Health Secretary has instead urged people to stay safe.
Of course, people should remain cautious as we approach New Year celebrations, and take a lateral flow test if that makes sense. Celebrate outside if you can. Have some ventilation indoors if you can.
And heavy storms have battered the west coast of the United States, leaving thousands without power. Nearly 100 centimetres of snow has fallen in California, causing road closures, while there are avalanche warnings across 6 states. That's your live news on Talk Radio TV. More in half an hour.
Offence archaeology on Twitter. Quite terrifying.
Don't beg Jeff Bezos. Charge him, for God's sake.
Have a day off. Use some common sense.
People can say whatever they want.
James Max on Talk Radio.
The double helix of common sense.
Listen on the app.
Watch it live on your smart TV. World headquarters of common sense. James Max
on Talk Radio.
It's past 9 o'clock. Very good morning to you. It's me, James Max, here on Tuesday, the 28th of December. Yes, it's me, James Max, in for Julia Hartley-Brewer here on Talk Radio for your breakfast show. So, still to come, the Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, has he finally made the right call by not imposing more COVID restrictions in England this year? While New Year's Eve celebrations can go ahead, are you worried about further cobes that may come down the line? Telephone number to get involved in the conversation is 0344 499 1000. Also, we're being urged to be cautious, though, and to get our boosters with new stats showing that patients with no jab are 60 times likelier to need intensive care. Meanwhile, a warning from the UK Security Minister to remain alert with fears that the terror threat towards the country may have been made worse by coronavirus lockdowns. And from Mrs. Brown's boys to a very British scandal. What are the critics saying about Christmas TV? Well, you're listening to Talk Radio Breakfast with me, James Max.
James Max.
James Max on Talk Radio.
So, very good morning to you. If you want to join the conversation at any stage, you can do so. I'm talking to you about the Prime Minister's decision. So we are going to see no further restrictions between now and New Year's Eve. So New Year's Eve in England can go ahead. Meanwhile, in Scotland and Wales and Northern Ireland, certain restrictions exist. And then what we're seeing elsewhere across Europe is restrictions being brought in after New Year's Day. So who's right and who's wrong? And are we learning to live with this thing? Or is it simply that Boris Johnson couldn't face another backlash by his MPs? Well, let's speak to one of those MPs now and find out exactly what he makes of the very latest decision by the Prime Minister and indeed the Health Secretary. Giles Watling is a Conservative MP for Clacton. Joins me now. Giles, good morning.
Good morning, James. How are you?
Yeah, really well. Thank you so much for joining us this morning here on Talk Radio. So there are some people who are saying that the Prime Minister took this decision not because it's the right thing to do, or seemingly the right thing to do, but he took it because MPs like you who voted against it last time would have rebelled had he imposed any further conditions or lockdown on the nation before New Year.
Well, I have to say that that's one of the great things about being an independent-minded, free-thinking backbench MP, is that we can influence what the Prime Minister and others in the leadership do and think about. Yeah, there are risks, but as the Health Secretary Sajid Javid said, we have to balance. It's okay for the scientists to say that they want to beat coronavirus. Of course they do. We all want to beat coronavirus. But to do that, you'd have to isolate the entire population of the world for 10 days, and that just isn't ever going to happen. As Professor Paul Hunter said, I think only this morning, he's from the University of East Anglia, ultimately we're going to have to let positive tested people go about their business just as if they had a common cold. It's a question of when we do that. Now, this is always going to be a balancing trick. Of course, we must now protect the NHS as best we can. Is that best done by further restrictions? Because if we let the economy crash, James, then we won't have an NHS. Then we cannot afford it. So it's terribly important to get this balancing act right. That is the decision for the politicians. And I think so far the Prime Minister is making the right decision on this.
Okay, so the Prime Minister and Sajid Javid, you support their decision for no further lockdown restrictions or further COVID restrictions in England. Does that mean that those who govern Northern Ireland, Scotland and Wales, did they get it wrong?
Possibly not for their regions and their countries. I feel that the figures are slightly different everywhere you look. If that decision is for them, we've got to look at what's happening in England. I think that you've got to be terribly careful when in my constituency, as I think you might know, James, we rely very heavily on the hospitality sector. And we let that crash at our peril. If we let that crash, we let everything crash. So we have to, it's a balanced decision. It always will be. We've got to balance the health of people. But you mentioned a statistic earlier, and I'd like to mention an even more frightening statistic. You said that I think it was at some 60% of hospitalizations were amongst the unvaccinated. 99%, this is a figure from last July, and I believe it's still the same. 99% of deaths are through the unvaccinated. So the way out of this is to continue with the vaccination program. It's been a huge success, and if you've had the booster, you get a massive protection. So everybody must do that, and then we can continue enjoying our lives as we should. We've had the festive period. There will be a small spike. I'm almost certain of it. But hospitalizations have gone up by 22% over the last 24 hours, but not intensive care. And deaths, interestingly enough, aren't rising, they're remaining stable.
Okay, so those stats remain stable. Would you support in the new year any kind of further restrictions? I mean, for example, France, we're seeing that because they've gone over 100,000 cases, that they see fit to impose after the new year a mandatory work 3 days at least a week from home. They are restricting larger events and gatherings, which pretty much puts the kibosh on large sporting events and various other larger, perhaps, theatres and venues, and a whole range of things which are going to have a negative impact. Would you support that in any shape or form here in England?
No, I don't think I would have said. I mean, of course, we've got a tiger by the tail. Figures can change. But you say 100,000 cases. 100,000 cases. How many cases of common cold have we got? How many cases of flu have we got? 100,000 cases of coronavirus. Coronavirus has been with us for sort of ever. COVID-19 hasn't. It's a particularly virulent, or was a particularly virulent variant. This current one, the Omicron, I understand, although very transmissible, isn't as virulent. So you don't get as sick as you do with the others. That's the news that's coming through to us now. And if this continues to be that way, then I suggest that we start going about our lives in our normal way and actually keep the economy going. And also there's issues of mental health. I know people who have been sort of banged up for the best part of 2 years now, not communicating with their fellow man. This is a terrible condition to be in. There's all sorts of damage that goes on here.
Now, the Daily Mirror has said Johnson no-show, record COVID cases, NHS staffing crisis looms, no New Year's Eve curbs, but uncertainty reigns and a nervous nation needs leadership. So hang on, where's the Prime Minister? Does it matter that the Prime Minister left this particular announcement to Sajid Javid and the fact that he appears to have gone missing in action?
No, it doesn't matter. Sajid Javid is the Health Secretary. It's as simple as that. That is Sajid Javid's department, and Boris will doubtless show up at some point when necessary to reinforce the message to the nation, as he has done for the last 2 years.
And what about the impact that Omicron is having on an industry that you know well? So for some who listening to you now might not necessarily know your illustrious acting past and history, that they probably haven't seen you on the screens and boards and crowds. Well, indeed. But the thing is that, you know, you're slightly rare amongst MPs in the sense that you've actually done the job that you very often protect or want to protect the industry that you've actually been a part of for all of your life, which is that of live performance, of theatre, of film, of TV, all of these things under significant threat as a result of what's been happening. I'm assuming that the government really needs to be, I don't know, mindful or stepping up or stepping in. Those who are performers have suffered enormously at the hands of this coronavirus and still have their livelihoods threatened. Have we got to do more to help people?
Yes, I think we do. The theatres have survived thanks to the massive cultural recovery fund. Largely, the bricks and mortars survived, and indeed locally, my own theatre here is doing quite well financially, as is the Mercury Theatre down the road in Colchester, and various others all around the country. It has been a very worrying time for theatre because, and when you mentioned film and television. Film and television actually are a different matter. They have actually done quite well throughout the coronavirus period and have survived pretty well. But what I really worry about, James, is the freelancers, the people from the actors, but they're also the costumiers, the prop men, whoever. They're all the backup services to the industry. And a lot of those, we've had a talent drain over this last couple of years. People have left the industry because it wasn't happening. You imagine theatre is by its very nature, you get a bunch of people, you put them in an enclosed space and you watch a show. You all experience the most wonderful thing. You all go out into the world enlightened, refreshed, whatever, afterwards. But unfortunately, you probably pick up some disease while you're doing it. That has been a fact. Now, we have gone on top of that, thanks to the vaccination. We have opened our theatres. Theatres are happening again. And it's lovely to see in the West End some of our theatres playing to packed houses. Now, what we mustn't do is risk that again. Measures have been taken. I think we have to be sensible. Of course, we must be sensible. Mask wearing, well, that's not a huge imposition. I find it a bit of a nightmare for any period of time. But we must continue to support our arts and actually try to encourage some of that talent that we've lost back into the business.
What about, though, the situation? So, for example, like Andrew Lloyd Webber, he's had to close his performance of Cinderella until February. Not because there are restrictions in place, but because people are getting Omicron and they're being pinged or whatever. They're having to take time off work. And he said you just can't get a show to work if there's an outbreak. It just doesn't work. There's no support for that, and there's no seeming common sense in some of the rules that, you know, people seem to be taking time off. They're perfectly fine. Is it time that the government readjusted the rules to say, if you don't have symptoms, then do you really need to stay at home?
Well, here you go. There we go. I'm sorry to sit on the fence on this one, but purely and simply, if you don't have symptoms, you can still be transmitting the disease. And the people we have to protect in society is the vulnerable. So if you're in frontline services working with the vulnerable in the NHS or in care homes, then I think you should be vaccinated and you should take every caution you can to make sure the very vulnerable are protected. However, in the theatre industry, as you say, Andrew Lloyd Webber closing, because people who are asymptomatic are off because they're ping positive, we need to start looking at that again. As Professor Paul Hunter said this morning from the University of East Anglia, at one point we're going to have to let people who are positive tested go about their lives normally as if they had a common cold. And we're coming to that point fairly soon if we want to preserve our economy, preserve our culture, and actually start living a normal life again.
And so by living the normal life, I'm assuming that the government needs to get back to business. When MPs, and just finally to you, Giles, but when MPs all gather again in 2022, There are a lot of things that COVID has taken pretty much everything. To your mind, and maybe this is a little unfair, but to your mind, what is the most important thing? Is it that Boris Johnson needs to demonstrate leadership? Is it that taxes need to perhaps be reversed in terms of going up and come down? Is it that the government needs to tackle the energy crisis? Is it that the government needs to sort out the NHS? What's right at the top of the list?
I think right at the top of the list, of course, is still coronavirus, but right underneath that is going to be the energy crisis. I can see that looming. That's going to be a big one. We've got to get to grips with that. We are going to, because it's going to impact the less well off most. And we were looking at these massive increases of 50% and so forth in, for instance, gas prices. And the government's going to have to sort of ameliorate that somehow, perhaps by using VAT grants, etc. But somehow we're going to have to deal with that. And the unfortunate thing is, because of coronavirus, because of the over £1/3 of £1 trillion spent on dealing with this disease, there's very little left that Rishi Sunak can do. But let's see what he can come up with. I mean, it's not beyond the wit of man. And I really believe that Rishi will come up with something.
Well, let's hope he does. Giles Watling, Conservative MP for Clacton, thank you so much for joining us here on Talk Radio. It's much appreciated. And very best wishes to you, to yours, and indeed, thanks for joining us in this sort of between festive period. So, some thoughts from Giles. It's going to be over to you next. 0344 499 1000 is my telephone number to join the conversation. I'm talking to you about the changes, the restrictions that perhaps are in existence elsewhere in the United Kingdom, but not in England. So, has Boris Johnson and indeed Sajid Javid, had they taken the right choice? Plus, are you concerned about imposing or further impositions in the new year? And of course, anything else that you want to join in the conversation about, you can do. Plus, we'll be taking a little clip of the conversation that I had with Dr. Peter English, just to rile you once again. That's all coming up here on Talk Radio.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk Radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
Talk Radio.
Get a grip. More talk, pure energy. More taste, more flavour, more outspoken than ever.
Clear-headed, honest opinion.
Lively debate.
Talk Radio.
Just coming up to 9:24, you're listening to Breakfast with me, James Max. I'm with you till 10 when Nick DeBois will be here. Take you through the morning into the afternoon this Tuesday. Talking to you this morning about the decision by the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary not to impose any further restrictions before New Year's Eve here in England. 0344 499 1000 is my telephone number. I'd like you to tell me whether or not you support that move, but also how you respond to the various different conversations that we've had. Because earlier in the programme, I was speaking to Dr. Peter English. He's a retired public health consultant, and he was talking about and said, do you really want to go out and have fun knowing that people will die as a result? And then he then moved on to various other things, and I asked him whether he's just fear-mongering. Have a listen for yourselves.
There will be more emissions.
What would you say, though? What would you say, though, to those who are listening now who are saying you're just scaremongering?
Well, we'll know in a few weeks' time. If I'm wrong, then people will have restricted that what they do a little bit. They'll have had a few fewer meetings with people. If I'm right, then many people will die. Now, is that a risk anybody's prepared to take? It seems to be Boris Johnson's line. Some of you will die, but that's a risk I'm prepared to take, quote, as from the famous film. But is that what other people want to do? Do you really want to go out and have fun knowing that people will die as a result?
You see, again, I think that is scaremongering. So that was me speaking to Dr. Peter English a little bit earlier. So I'd like to get your take on that, because I am very concerned that we're now moving into a world which scaremongers. And we know a lot more about coronavirus. We know that for some people it is deadly. We know for some people it is a really unpleasant thing to catch, and it's a hard fight to get rid of. And for other people, it's very mild. And for those who have been vaccinated, we also have the stats that it reduces your likelihood of ending up in hospital. It reduces the likelihood that you're going to have severe symptoms. And so we've got lots of data. And I think we now need to move away from judging people on, look, I would encourage people to go and get the vaccine, but I'd also support you if you decide that you don't want to take it for whatever reason. That's your choice. But we need to have better data. And I just want to get your response to this. And I also don't want to see further restrictions. There are too many other things for us to be worrying about, to have further restrictions in the new year, unless the NHS is overwhelmed, as opposed to telling us that it's overwhelmed. They always tell us that it's overwhelmed. They'll happily tell us that they haven't got enough money. And yet they're still able to put all this stuff on the back pages of the papers all over the place. Oh, get boosted now. Where's the money for that coming from? Millions of pounds being spent on this advertising campaign that does nothing. Waste of money. 0344 499 1000. Join the conversation. We'll take your calls in about 5 minutes' time. So if you wanted to have your say, now is the time to call, and then we'll get you on air. Right. Let's talk about something else, though. Damien Hines, he's the government. He has the government brief to deal with terrorists and terrorism. Appointed by Boris Johnson as Security Minister in August, Mr Hines' days are filled apparently liaising with intelligence agencies about the myriad of threats facing Britons. The subject matter obviously is very heavy and at times harrowing. The question is whether lockdown may have sent would-be terrorists on a dark journey to radicalisation. So that's the warning. Is there any truth to it? Let's speak to Dr. David Lowe, Senior Research Fellow at Leeds Beckett University's Law School, researching terrorism, security and policing. So have we sent those terrorists down to a dark journey into radicalisation? Dr. David Lowe, good morning.
Good morning, James. It's been an issue for some time. This is not just a recent one. We had it obviously last year when we had the more restrictive lockdowns, if you like, and schools were closed and colleges and so on were all closed. And I mentioned schools and colleges because what the extremists have been targeting are literally children and young people. And I think the set of statistics that can measure some of this is the prevent referrals to March 2021. Just over 40% were extreme far right, 28% were Islamist, and the rest was differing extremist views. So you can see they have been taking advantage of this, certainly the extreme far right, trying to get children and young people to their cause.
So how on earth do we untangle this? And maybe we can ask the question about the two faces of the crossbow intruder on the front page of today's Daily Mail. The incidences like this, and of course we can't necessarily look into this specific case, but we can see those who are younger, who are perhaps radicalised. Are we going to have to accept that as the internet proliferates and becomes more, regardless of lockdowns or anything else, but as the internet proliferates, we're going to have to change how people are tapped up and how they are radicalised and accept that it's going to happen and find better ways to tackle it?
Yeah, I think this is something that's sort of been on the agenda, certainly for our security services, in particular the security service MI5, and for counter-terrorism policing. And it's not just a UK issue. This is truly a global issue. And of course, we do have to work with our partners, I think. You can't put draconian measures on a lot of social media companies. A lot of the open source ones like your Twitter, Facebook, etc. They have been working at bringing down information that goes against their policy, and it's very difficult to legislate at an international level. We can certainly do it nationally, but of course, as you know, these are global companies, and they can have their servers in other countries, and that's the problem. The problem we've got is the likes of deeply encrypted sites like Telegram, WhatsApp to an extent, and different sites there that these groups use, and the grooming that they use is very similar to what you see with sexual offences and so on. It's a very similar approach, and I think it's sort of trying to monitor this is going to be difficult. But this is where, as I mentioned the prevent strategy before, this is where we can all play a part. It's not just on the specified authorities that have a statutory obligation. Referrals are welcome, if you like, from family, friends. It's a difficult one, but I've got to stress, prevent is not a police operation. It's a multi-agency operation about helping the vulnerable being drawn towards terrorism. So it isn't a police thing. You're not reporting to the police. The local authority can make referrals as well. So this is what we have to look at. But there was a couple of months ago, it came out that we've had more young people who've been charged with terrorism offences, and if you're charged with a terrorist offence, these offences carry large penalties if convicted, and of course it can ruin a young person's future if you've got that on your record.
Certainly the case. Dr. David Lowe, Senior Research Fellow at Leeds Beckett University's Law School, researching terrorism, security and policing. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, highlighting that story and giving us some insight. Next, we're going to be turning our attention to the Christmas TV and the seasonal TV. Was it any good, or are we simply being served up cold leftovers? We'll be looking into that, plus taking your calls. That's next, after the very latest news headlines at just after 9:30 here on Talk Radio.
Online and on your smart TV. Talk Radio TV News.
With your headlines, I'm Anila Dami. Humiliation for England down under as Australia retains the Ashes on the third day of the third test.
Of course, people should remain cautious as we approach New Year celebrations.
The government tells people to stay safe in England but rules out any further COVID restrictions. And heavy snowstorms batter the west coast of the United States. There's humiliation for England's cricketers as they surrendered the Ashes series on just the third day of the third test in Melbourne this morning. Joe Root's side were all out for just 68 runs in their second innings. It's their lowest total in Australia for 117 years. The hosts won by an innings and 14 runs to take an unassailable three-test lead. But Root refused to discuss his future as England captain.
Bitterly disappointed. You turn up today and you walk out to bat with Ben Stokes and you feel like anything's possible. I can't be selfish and start thinking about myself.
The government will not introduce any new COVID restrictions in England before the new year, despite the record rise in cases over the weekend and the highest level of hospitalisations since March. While Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland are putting limits on large gatherings and reinforcing social distancing, in England, the Health Secretary simply urged people to stay safe.
Of course, people should remain cautious as we approach New Year celebrations, and take a lateral flow test if that makes sense. Celebrate outside if you can. Have some ventilation indoors if you can.
And heavy storms have battered the west coast of the United States, leaving thousands without power. Nearly 100 centimetres of snow has fallen in California, causing road closures, while there are avalanche warnings across 6 states. That's your news on Talk Radio TV. More in half an hour.
James Max on Talk Radio.
The nation's favourite common sense station. Listen online.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
James Max.
The voice of reason.
On Talk Radio.
9:34 is the time. You're listening to me, James Max, here on Talk Radio. So still to come, we'll be taking your calls on your response to the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary's decision not to impose any more lockdown restrictions on us, or curbs, prior to New Year's Eve. I have no idea whether they're going to do anything in the new year. Let's hope not. But the question is whether they've made the right call, and indeed those who have imposed lockdown conditions and restrictions elsewhere in the United Kingdom. Well, if you live in Wales or Scotland or Northern Ireland, perhaps give me a call and tell me how you think about the restrictions that you've got. What are you not allowed to do that you would like to be able to do? 0344 499 1000. Also, how do you respond to Dr. Peter English? I took the view that he was scaremongering, and I'm rather sick and tired of hearing those who are considered health experts. They shut down conversations saying, well, I'm an expert and I know what I'm talking about. No, you know an expert looking back. You're not an expert looking forward, and I'm afraid you're no more a soothsayer than I am. And when you come out with this scaremongering bunkum, it's time that it was silenced and nonsenced, in my view. 0344 499 1000. Meanwhile, when is an apology not an apology? And should we listen to apologies from politicians? Just a small something, just before we get to the telly, because I think I do want an apology from the BBC about just putting rubbish on. Anyway, Labour's David Lammy has now apologised for nominating Jeremy Corbyn to be leader. He's apologised for nominating him, and he said that he's staggered that some individuals with deeply anti-Semitic views remain in the Labour Party. He was speaking at a festival. He never believed Corbyn would become leader, and his nomination was a mistake. Too right. I'm sick and tired of politicians. There are absolutely no repercussions for making the wrong decisions. Have a look at Keir Starmer. Oh, yeah, well, I'd use the European Health Agency to get the vaccine. Mistake. Let's lock down earlier. Mistake. Let's lock down now. Mistake. Mistake, mistake, mistake. How many times can you apologise before it's too much? Anyway, 0344 499 1000 to join that conversation. Meanwhile, let's talk telly, because Christmas once again proved to be a major season for new TV. Critics sharing their thoughts on everything from a very British scandal to Mrs. Brown's Boys. The most watched show outside of the Queen's annual speech was Strictly Come Dancing, the Christmas special, which was viewed by 5.8 million viewers who had nothing better to do. Oh, the article didn't say that. Anyway, let's speak to Caroline Frost, entertainment reporter, joins me now. Caroline, good morning.
Good morning, James.
When are we going to get rid of this boring old nonsense on the telly that people just want to be served up the same stuff every year? And I mean, Strictly Come Boring. It's so dull.
People seem to like dull on Christmas Day, James. So I know, I'm with you. I mean, I'm just looking at the top 10. Strictly Come Dancing, Call the Midwife, Michael McIntyre, Blankety Blank. These are programs. If I told you this was the list from 1998, we wouldn't have been far off, would we? Because it's very, very safe. But perhaps that's what they've realised works. They have tried to make adventurous scheduling decisions in the past, and it's come back to bite them on the bottom. So I think if in doubt, just play very, very safe and give Bradley Walsh whatever he wants to do, because he's obviously Santa Claus of telly.
Look, I love Bradley Walsh, and I think he's very talented. However, I don't necessarily agree with his interpretation of Blankety Blank, mostly because I think he's been let down by poor production values. The questions were terrible. The set design is kind of, and also they've forgotten with the hilarious music that, if you remember, particularly, I mean, my favourite presenter of Blankety Blank was actually Terry Wogan, who I thought was better than Les Dawson and better than anybody else who's tackled it. Okay. Mostly because he was just so deadpan with it, and they just had that sort of like music just playing in the background just to deal with the moments of silence where everybody was so horrified by the appallingness of the prizes or the stupidity of the answers or indeed anything else, or just horrified by one of the comments from one of the celebrities. But it was a brilliant format, and I just think it needs somebody who's, at the time when Terry Wogan took that over, of course he was a popular radio presenter, but he wasn't that well known when he did it. And that was the joy of it. He made it his own, whereas Bradley Walsh is such a, brilliant performer. I think he's too big a star to do it.
he topples it over. I know what you mean. But isn't it telling, James? I mean, you're right to celebrate the format back in the day, but it's very telling that on Christmas Day on 2021, no one has come up with anything better in the intervening decades. They're not just years, they're decades.
But I don't understand that format has been used by RuPaul and his Drag Race in the Snatch Game, which is absolutely hilarious, which is kind of a sort of reinvention of that, come up with a word that's very obvious to everybody and see if you can be smutty and rude in between, and do impersonations of other famous people. I mean, to my mind, that's a far better interpretation. And if they did a Christmas Snatch Game and shoved that on BBC One, I'm sure we'd all enjoy it far more.
Well, I'm sensing that you are liking a panel show. So
I love a panel show.
My issue really this Christmas has been with some of the drama choices, because I think it's a bit of a giveaway when the best rating show on BBC One drama style isn't any of the big budget things, but it's Death in Paradise on Boxing Day. You know, a safe, a very popular format all year round, basically given a bit of sprinkly Christmas dust. And the ratings pour in. And I think BBC has a real problem on its hands because it doesn't have enough of these shows anymore that it can just sprinkle the fairy dust over. Downton Abbey.
But the BBC have been so busy with woke-tastic behaviour that they've forgotten what they're meant to do. They're meant to report on the news and to research new news, as opposed to just taking old clips taken from the dark side, i.e. one of our competitors, or indeed us, or anybody else who comes up with some good copy because they couldn't be bothered to do the original journalism themselves, or from the stuff of they've just employed journalists who are all about sort of creating noise and news as opposed to real news. And
the news is a whole different sort of siloed beast, which is turning into shiny floor show entertainment with people on far too high salaries thinking that they are the news, and in fact they're meant to be just the journalists. But that's a whole separate conference.
That I couldn't agree with you more. But then the other thing is, though, that Netflix is making stuff, and so Sky, by the way, Sky Atlantic, they're making stuff that the BBC and to an extent ITV should be. ITV trots out the same old stuff and just I don't know, rinses it again and again. And I haven't seen a new format from ITV since probably the I don't know, 2010, which is kind of disappointing.
Well, I mean, ITV's great glory years recently were the X Factor years, weren't they? Because that was just a ratings juggernaut, which turned into a chart music juggernaut. So they had that tied up.
It was brilliant.
Interesting that it was, and its challenge, just as the BBC has to try and find the next Strictly, is ITV is still hunting. I think it's found something very good in The Masked Singer. Of course, we shouldn't mock that because that is very successful.
I mean, it's all right, but I mean, it's like it's a bit, you know, as part of a mix of other things, then maybe. But one of the things I find extraordinary about TV is that they haven't recognised that they need to have more budget, and also, can you just stop employing the same people to do every single blooming show? It's just like, just because you found somebody who's I don't know, looks right, ticks a box, does something, just stop it.
Yes. Well, what happens, I think, it becomes a vicious or a virtuous circle depending on who you are. If you're, e.g., Claire Balding, and what happens is you get given the gig and it's a good gig, and because they have faith in you, so you get given that gig, then it gets the ratings. And the next conversation that takes place in the BBC elevator, somebody says, well, what about that one who did the dog show? Oh, yeah, she'd be good, because obviously she's been on a good show. So she gets given another good show. And at some point, the wheel stops turning because the wheel has moved on to Alex Scott, or the wheel has moved on to Amal Rajan. You know, there are only about 5 players on this pitch at any one time, and they are the answer to every single question that is ever raised about any particular commission.
But that's the problem. That's where the BBC is going wrong, is that they're no longer taking any risks. They judge themselves by commercial standards, except they don't. And they try and impose their woke agenda on a commercial environment, as opposed to saying, look, this is the BBC, this is our purpose, and this is what we're there to do. And it strikes me as absolutely bizarre that they seem not to make anything that makes anybody laugh. They're not doing anything which provides a platform for new writing or new opportunity. There's very little investigative journalism to provide some insight. There's very little overseas travel because they're so frightened of people saying, oh, the BBC, they got on a plane to go elsewhere, you know, whatever. You know, where's the international nonsense like Top Gear, where they go on stupid stuff, except presented by people who can perhaps present Top Gear as opposed to comedians or otherwise, or something like, you know, where... I mean, the interview show, where's that?
Let's talk success stories, though. Meanwhile, while all that, you're absolutely right. That's the Premier League problems. Over on Channel 5, all creatures great and small.
Love it.
Investing and giving a
Obviously, I declare my interest as a regular on that, but I think it's a great sort of somewhere in between news and journalism and entertainment. And then also they brought Eggheads back, and with him. I mean, to my mind, we're operating in the world in which the BBC have forgotten their purpose. They've forgotten how to pay the people who need to be paid, and they're remembering how to pay people who don't need to be paid. And they're coming up with a lot of stuff and doing too many things and doing them all badly instead of doing some things well.
It should be the DG, James.
Yes,
we
I
haven't
should.
Talked about streamers. We've not talked about the influence of the streaming platforms with their big, big pockets, though, because, I mean, let's face it, we can talk about things like blankety blank till we're blue in the face, but all over Christmas, the social media chat was all about the big Netflix blockbuster, which was Don't Look Up.
Yes.
Now, it divided viewers and critics massively. I personally, far too long, very important, brilliant performances. The message was like being whacked over the head with a saucepan saying climate change, disinformation.
Oh, I'm sick of the climate nonsense. This is like, feeding us. And they're now BBC treating it all as fact. Oh.
But it was talking, but people were talking about it non-stop on social media. It got, I mean, yes, it's international, so you bring in, but even in the UK, that was where the chat was. It wasn't about blankety blank versus Call the Midwife. So I think we're talking about an endangered species of a pool anyway with linear telly, which is so important at Christmas, bringing people together in a way that no Netflix or other streaming platform can. But it needs to be aware that these are the big beasts are looming. They only have to have one special Christmas channel that they have to get right, and it'll all be over for the little fish.
It will indeed. Caroline, thank you so much for joining us this morning. It's Caroline Frost, entertainment reporter, bringing us up to date on the tragic sadness that is Christmas telly that was just abominable. Oh well, never mind. I'm sure there were some bright, shining stars somewhere. Meanwhile, back to you. We'll be taking your calls next here on Talk Radio.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk Radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
Radio. Rev it up, roar it out.
The voice of the people.
The home of common sense.
Solid state human debate on a digital platform.
Radio that stands to reason.
Listen and learn.
Talk Radio.
9:51 is the time. I'm with you till 10. It's me, James Max, and then Nick Dubois will be here. He's going to be joining me in about 5 minutes' time to tell you what's coming up on his programme. Meanwhile, returning to your calls about that decision by the Prime Minister and indeed the Health Secretary to not impose any further restrictions between now and New Year's Eve, but also talking about vaccines, rollouts and anything that you want to join the conversation. Meanwhile, that interview that I did with Peter English earlier, Denise Welsh has picked it up and decided that that man has done nothing but terrify people for 2 years, she said. This argument is unravelling. Great interview, she said. So there you go. Have a look at the interview yourself. It's on @Talk Radio. You can have a look for yourself if you missed it. One of my better efforts, I think you'll agree. Oh, well, you decide. Meanwhile, let's go back to your calls. Simon's in Walthamstow. Hi, Simon. Good morning.
Hello, James. Yeah. I think I just wanted to make a comment about when we talk about choice in vaccines. I think it's worth stressing that it is actually a choice. I don't know whether to preface what I say by saying if I've been vaccinated or not, because I've noticed, when people say, oh, yes, it's a choice, I've been vaccinated, but it is a choice. I think we've got to basically respect that some people are going to choose not to take the vaccine.
Yes, you see, I agree with that, Simon, and I think you're probably also right to say that as soon as somebody says whether they've been vaccinated or not, then even if you are somebody who's like pro-choice of choosing it, you're still, I don't know, if you are vaccinated and somebody says, well, I haven't been, then there's a bit of like, really? And whereas if you say to me, and if I don't know whether you've been vaccinated, but you say, well, look, I may have been, I may not have been, but it doesn't make a difference to you, but I still respect somebody's choice to be vaccinated.
Yeah, I mean, I've done some voluntary work with the ambulance service, sort of in first aid stuff. And one question we ask when we meet patients is, have you got any allergies? And of course, people are allergic to penicillin. I mean, there is a legitimate conversation to be had about people who have had reactions to any medicine, because it is not going to be 100%. And I've become really uncomfortable with the moralising about whether to take the vaccine or not. What is demonstrable is that vaccinations have massively reduced hospitalisation.
You see, I think they have, and I think that's the point, which is I'm very much in favour of giving people data and information to allow them, you, us, me, to make an informed choice and an informed decision. That's all great. Whilst in the past, I had been sort of led down the route of thinking that maybe vaccines were a moral decision, I don't think they are. It's not a moral decision, because you can still pass this thing on. You can still have COVID and you can still give it to other people, even if you've been vaccinated. So I think that's been sort of proven wrong. And there are lots of things that we've learnt, and I think we kind of need a little bit of a reset as to where we are, as to what is and what isn't the sensible response. If Boris Johnson could do one thing, Simon, perhaps to just sort of help us navigate the next bit, what would it be? Would it be to still continue to encourage people to have the vaccine? Is it providing better data? Or is it continuing to perhaps do what he's done this time, which is to lead, whether it by example or by default or by chance, into making the right decision as opposed to just falling into line with everybody else?
I'm greatly encouraged this time around that he's actually hesitated. He hasn't just gone because... and actually to let the data speak more. And actually, I mean, let's not forget, I think as a country and as a world, I think we're experiencing a collective trauma. We've all lived through a terrible 18 months. And I think it will take a bit of time for people to catch up with the development of the virus. And, you say to some people that this variant is not as harmful as others, and you might as well be saying God is dead. They give you such a look.
I think you're right, Simon. We have been through a collective trauma, but there are a lot of things which are all changing all at once, from technology to the impact of leaving the European Union to the pandemic and to a lot of social change as well, which I think has, it's given us lots of food for thought. Just leaving it there because guess what? I'm almost out of time. I need to find out what's happening on Nick Dubois' show, and he's here now. Good morning.
Good morning. I just thought you should be an MP listening to you there, the way you said, all we want is the data and make decisions for ourselves, but you probably wouldn't like that idea.
Well, listen, I've done most jobs that people love to hate people for. So I've done reality TV. I've been an estate agent.
Oh, wow.
Commercial property. I've done private equity. People hate those. People hate investment bankers. People hate radio hosts. So, all MP, and then I'll just tick the lot.
Well, you have. In fact, I can assure you being a radio host is much more fun than being an MP, though. So coming up, we will be basically asking, can you afford 2022?
No.
I mean, no one actually has really managed to get a grip of how much extra bills are coming our way. And when I say no one, I mean the government. Whatever your fuel bill is, you can treble it. That is what we are looking at for next year.
A double?
No, treble. Actually, that is an exact quote from the submission made to this business secretary yesterday.
Wowzers.
They said double or treble. And it's there. But frankly, if it
I've already budgeted, but you're absolutely right. This is not just a few pence or pounds here or there. This is massive, seismic shifts. This is like back to the 1970s when fuel prices suddenly doubled.
And so what is the answer? There are suggestions on the table. We'll be talking to one of the bosses of the few remaining electricity companies to see that. But also, we've got to say, has the green policy failed already? Because this was meant to be delivering the sustainable energy solutions we've got.
Of course it failed. It was bunkum.
And we're picking up the bill for it. And it could be as much as 3 times your electricity bill. And that's before all the taxes that we have to pay as well.
Is it time to burn the oil again?
Well, I think we should have been fracking. Why did we knock out fracking? What about nuclear energy? These were the decisions that were not made. James, join me in the House of Commons to argue this.
Wowzers. I'm quite excited. Right, that's all coming up next with Nick Dubois here on Talk Radio. So hopefully you'll stay with him for that. Meanwhile, I will be back tomorrow from 6 for breakfast. I hope you'll join me then. Meanwhile, it's coming up to 10, so we'll get the latest news headlines first.
Good talk.
Hot talk. Bold talk. Talk Radio.
Listen on your smart speaker.
Watch it live on your smart TV.
The world headquarters of common sense.
Talk Radio.
and on your smart TV. Talk Radio TV News.
Live at 10, I'm Anila Dami. An embarrassing end to the Ashes for England as Australia win on the third day of the third test.
Of course, people should remain cautious as we approach New Year celebrations.
No new COVID rules for England before the new year, but the government urges people to stay safe. And snowstorms batter the west coast of the United States. It's been a humiliating end to the Ashes for England's cricketers as they surrendered the series on just the third test of the third day of the third test in Melbourne this morning. Joe Root's side were all out for just 68 runs in their second innings. It's their lowest total in Australia for 117 years. The hosts won by an innings and 14 runs to take an unassailable 3-test lead. The government will not introduce any new COVID restrictions in England this year, despite a record rise in cases over the weekend and the highest level of hospitalisations since March. Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland have placed limits on large gatherings. In England, the Health Secretary's urged people to stay safe.
Of course, people should remain cautious as we approach New Year celebrations and, take a lateral flow test if that makes sense. Celebrate outside if you can. Have some ventilation indoors if you can.
Teenagers whose parents smoke are 4 times more likely to take up the habit, according to a new government campaign. The Better Health Smoke Free initiative is using the research to encourage smokers to give up in the new year. And thousands have been left without power as heavy storms battered the west coast of the United States. Nearly 100 centimetres of snow has fallen in California, causing road closures, while there are avalanche warnings across 6 states. That's your live news on Talk Radio TV. More in half an hour.
Offence archaeology on Twitter. Quite terrifying.
Don't beg Jeff Bezos. Charge him, for God's sake.
Have a day off. Use some common sense.
People can say whatever they want.
Talk Radio, Nick Dubois.
Deconstruction, debate,
Dubois.
Open discussion, healthy debate.
Nick Dubois on Talk Radio.